Okay, this should be working. Yes? Hello. All right, I'm going to pop into actually, hang on. Let me set something up. Hello everybody. So the topic, I was listening to Hidden Brain podcast and I want to go over something from it. How rude. It's not your imagination. Rudeness appears to be on the rise. Witnessing rude behavior, whether it's coming from angry customers, braiding a store clerk, or airline passengers getting into a fist fight, can have long-lasting effects on our minds. But behavioral scientist Christine Parath says there are ways to shield ourselves.
This is Hidden Brain. I'm Shankar Vedantam.
Okay, let's go here. And I got to adjust the volume a little bit. I'm assuming probably to here, I guess. Or you know what I should do? I should just put my... Sorry, I'll just put it on my headset. That's going to be what I actually need to do. All right. Welcome in. Welcome, channel. No, channel. Okay. Welcome in. And we're going to be talking about rudeness, self-awareness, and how to handle online antisociality. So I want to skip ahead on this, and we're going to go into here. And I'm going to share my screen. This one. Go live. Okay, and then... how do I get out of muted mode? 1 second. Alrighty. Boop. Okay. Hello.
Hey.
Glad you can make it.
Yeah, hi. How's it going?
It's going good. Yeah, it's good. It's some ups and downs, but it's like trying to navigate some of the healthcare system is just still going on, but that's been going on. And yeah, no, things are overall good. I think it's, I'm trying to build tools while needing the tools, so that's always bizarre.
I know. Are you looking for, it's been a while since we last talked. Are you changing insurances, or is insurance being difficult with
So
you?
yeah, so for now I'm keeping my insurance. I was actually going to try to go on to Kyle's, but apparently you need to do
Mhm.
it within like 30 days or something, or 60 days, and we didn't. So we have to wait till March, and then like it's just, yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. But my insurance is okay-ish. I was trying to find a doctor that's actually been trained to work with autistic adults. And I think I'm good. So I have to contact this doctor because I have clients now who are in the medical profession. And
Mhm.
one of them asked around and she found a name. So I'm going to try that one. I just need to switch my primary care because it's just getting mismanaged at this point.
Is this for primary care you're looking for?
Yeah.
Better,
Yeah. Because, like,
that is more
could you repeat that? It cut out
communicative.
just, it's cutting out a little bit.
Oh,
How do I?
yeah, I said that is this your primary care that you're changing that's more helpful towards autistic
Yes.
individuals?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
do they have how do you find that?
That's what I'm saying. So because I have someone that works in the medical field, I think she's able to ask around enough because they're supposed to start training people to do this. There's been guides and resources and there's like pamphlets and entire books on this. So it's like a known issue in the field of medicine that autistic patients are very different and have a different set of needs and also different comorbid health concerns, or at least our
Mhm.
occurrence is radically different, and therefore you need to anticipate that. So I just wanted someone who had received any of that training. It's certainly not like a common thing, but it exists, and I'd rather try that rather than just keep rebooting the same problem that I've had.
Yeah, that makes sense. Usually when I go to my endocrinologist, I like her the best out of all. She's
Yeah.
not the worst. She's probably not the best out there, but it's hard for me to talk to her. It's like when I have to go get my cholesterol done, and I
Mm-hmm.
look at her and I tell her, and I'm not being agreeable. I just told her it's gonna be high
Mm-hmm.
because of my diet, and she gets so angry every time. And
That's weird.
I'm just being very straightforward with you. I'm not wanting to be disagreeable. So she does
Mhm.
these things a lot where I don't really understand how to communicate with her. So
Yes.
let
Yes.
me know how that goes,
I will.
because
Yeah, I'm gonna. I got.
honestly,
I have at least one name, and that's who I'm gonna try to go to and talk to and make confirm that that's true. My other idea was the problem is pediatrics. They'll treat all of us with a little bit of a like special consideration, including level one. So I thought like, well, why don't I just call these pediatrician networks and like these groups and directly talk to them and say like, well, what happens when your patients turn 18? Where do you tell them to go?
yeah, that's a good point too.
Yeah.
I know kid doctors are so much easier for me.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
they're used to kids not understanding or needing more assistance within guidance, and it's like,
Yeah.
why don't they train this across the board? I
Yes.
don't.
Yes.
Just in
Yes.
general, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, the communication is kind of worse, I think, in the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years maybe. I think there's sort of been a downhill aspect of this too, where I think the medical field hasn't adjusted to technology and doesn't use it very well. So you have doctors that are sitting there like doing the notes instead of interacting with you. And I'm like, why not just automate that part if the note being um, recorded in this new way is so important and this system, they're all disjointed anyway. So they're basically doing like admin work with poorly designed like interfaces on their side, but that means they're paying less attention to the individual like behaviors of the patient, and that's not going to work
Mhm.
for autistics because we will not
No.
behave normally. And if you're just looking at us at a glance, you're going to start to categorize us in ways that are totally unhelpful.
Yeah, exactly. It's constant.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
With me when I go in, I do my best because I have to. So for me, when I communicate with people, which is maybe similar, it's like I have to very hyper analyze patterns to understand what they're wanting to say,
Mm-hmm.
or what they're telling me, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
it would be nice if you just explained this very simply and also was focusing on me and not focusing on why is she acting weird.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. Because then I feel like they're scanning my notes trying to look for that explanation. And it's like, well, I can give it to
Yeah.
you. Please don't go way back in my history to all the ways I've been misunderstood and misinterpreted. I have some very
Mhm.
bizarre notes. I decided to get my whole medical history because there was also issues with them maintaining that record. Like it is a crazy thing where they said like it was on a CD, and they needed to transfer it over because the company that
A
they used this
CD?
no this is crazy, the company that they used to keep my medical records since I was like 18, because I've been stuck with these people this whole time, they went out of business, like they went bankrupt, and they just sent them a CD with the records, manually transfer them. I don't even know. And they're saying that my doctor was doing this. I'm like, why is my doctor doing this? Like this, what the fuck are you talking about? So I was like, I need
Wow.
my records like now. And I finally got them, and it was a mess. Anyways, crazy. But like, there's stuff in my records that I'm like, that's not accurate. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And one thing that bothers the hell out of me, because this has apparently been pinged as my like, conditions or something, it whenever I gone to the emergency room for any reason whatsoever, it says something about me being suicidal when I lived with a suicidal roommate. I was like, no, I wasn't.
No.
Yeah. So I don't know what my doctor heard at one point or something, but I must have said something that like they misinterpreted that way. And I know how it happened on some level because I've learned about more about like suicidality and autism. We talk about suicide differently. We can't call the normal suicide hotlines because we will say things that mean we're not suicidal when we are, and we aren't suicide we're not we are suicidal like
Hmm.
when we aren't. Like we basically will do the inverse pattern of what they're trained on. So I'm like, oh well, that must have been what happened. I said something and they didn't understand what I was saying, because that like even if I wanted to talk about ideation, that's not it. So it's crazy to me that like that's been there. And so I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck am I going to do about that? So stuff like that, I haven't even gone through the whole record, but like, okay, let's say instead of a doctor being trained on their life experience with patients, which is not going to include us because we're a minority group, right? Like they won't
Hmm.
know what's happening. And there's other intersections too that they can then put us into, especially like saying like, oh well, this is just this behavior that I see in other people that I think are like you, and that could go all kinds of really ugly directions that are super bigoted. And then
Hmm.
we have these records that could have been processed by an AI at this point that's trained on autism. So why not?
I know.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, I'll go do that myself. Fuck it. Like
I
this
know.
is ridiculous.
Well, it was like when my psychiatrist from a year ago didn't want to diagnose with me with autism, but he wanted to diagnose me with depression and anxiety. And I
Yep.
said, I know I don't have depression right now.
Mhm.
It's not at all. I know what depression feels like, and this is not it. And he kept trying to put me on pills for depression
Mhm.
instead of actually going into the autism because he couldn't prescribe me that and he
Yep.
didn't want to deal with it.
You didn't want to do it. Yeah, because I think a lot of the things that really need to happen for autistics are like actual physical interventions in our lives.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
right, yeah, that's like, oh, you can't be like, oh, sorry, like your society is failing you because you're a disabled person and we don't know how to deal with your specific disability. Like, but that's,
Yeah, it's
you know,
crazy. And yeah, I actually this is not necessarily with autism, but I just asked my doctor. I said I get sick monthly.
mhm.
And I just said I can't keep getting sick monthly. And I said this is not healthy. I'm like, what do I do? She stared at me and said, I can't give you medicine for that. Instead of pointing me in a direction I could go.
Right, right, right.
I'm like, that's insane.
That's crazy. That yeah, exactly. And
That's like
yeah.
a can't like that's like I mean that's like even in lines with I mean being a woman I'm sure
Mhm.
and we have those experiences as well of minimizing pain and
Yes.
actual tolerance of things
Yes.
and it's kind of just like oh yeah you're like your arms off oh no it's probably not anything bad you should worry about and then
Mhm.
like years later you realize we could have been prevented because there's a cancer like
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
so
Yes.
crazy.
Mhm. 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 It's
Um,
so frustrating because that's the thing too is that like an autistic patient would be a very good person to give that sort of information to,
mhm,
and would be it like it doesn't make sense to me where it's like, oh, this population like almost definitively has the trait that you would want for somebody to catch something early and be proactive about preventing greater illness in the future. So I'm like, but if you don't empower us to do that, and if you don't also think about the environmental challenges we're having and give us a game plan, what is the expectation here? It's like, okay, just fight the entire world. That's what it ends up feeling like.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, they also limit us, I know, based on even career paths in
Mhm. Mhm.
that way. So even in
Yeah.
the medical field, if you are autistic and however they perceive that, you potentially may not be able to become a doctor
Right.
if they feel that they don't deem you normal
Mhm.
in the ways that you operate I feel like or like that you move through life
Mhm.
even though you probably could be the most knowledgeable person about that situation.
Yes. 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 And we don't. That's the problem, I think, also with the university system. I do think there were more autistic doctors probably in the past, and researchers and engineers, and not that they don't still make it through, but now the university system is so hierarchically uh, oriented, right? Like it really
Hmm.
is a status game,
Hmm.
and autistic people can't win at a status game.
No, it's so true. And it's interesting to see with the doctors I've been through so many doctors and I'm not gonna say there's specific doctors I'm all here for and we need, but a lot of doctors I've recognized they don't try to understand the problem ever.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I just want you to tell me what's wrong. And then
Mm-hmm.
they're just look at you. And I'm like, I'd rather have someone who has a special interest and can tell
Yes.
me that exact form and I can find it. And I wish it wasn't just on Reddit
Right,
where
exactly.
I have to search for the question specifically and I have to,
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like there's got to be multiple like bureaucratic systems that are causing this because it's
yeah,
all yeah, it's all clearly people covering their ass. Like somebody's covering their ass, covering their ass, covering their ass. I think some of the things they don't say anything because they think you'll become litigious with them or something. And I'm like, look, just say you're not sure this is your opinion and then tell me why it's your fucking opinion. Okay? And then
exactly. That's so simple.
yeah. Yeah.
It's so simple. Like, if you don't know the answer, that's okay.
Right. Yes.
That's
It's
fine.
more
It's
than
not
okay.
gonna see it's not gonna I'm not gonna see you as any less. It's just gonna help me understand why you're being off. Because
Yeah.
I can't quite tell when people tell me something, I believe them, but my intuition as and I don't know if this has to do with my hyper awareness with autism, but I just feel off. But I don't know
Mhm.
why I feel off. And
Mhm.
then they don't want to tell me the truth. And I'm like, if you had just told me the truth, I wouldn't be so stressed out at the end of the day thinking about this interaction because I have no idea what you actually meant.
Yes. Yes. And okay, I have a theory about that offness. I think that because we're trying to map out the rules of the universe that are the most stable with a limited amount of information we can see at any given time, after a
Hmm.
while, we have kind of this like overarching sense of what sort of information is likely to be present. And it may not be very specific yet, but we may say, like, well, this is more likely than that because I know this is more likely than this. And so we have a transposition of the knowledge that we already have of like probabilities. So if somebody's
Hmm.
saying something to me and it feels off, I think what's happening is I'm going, okay, based on what I already know, it seems very unlikely that what is currently happening makes any fucking sense. Like, this is probably a social rule that's being
Hmm.
imposed on reality. I don't think reality agrees with this outcome. I don't think that reality, if we were paying attention to it and trying to like empirically, like materialistically define what is and what isn't happening right now, would this interaction even occur? Like, this is more likely to be the result of bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Because my brain wants to, on the outside, they're saying things,
Mhm.
but this doesn't match the pattern that I've seen, or the
Right.
rule setting.
Right.
So it's so confusing. That's why when I meet new people, I try to find patterns in their personality so then I can recognize like what it's like it sounds crazy, but like what they're saying. But if I've never had an interaction before and someone comes up to me and gives me that, it's very obvious
Mhm.
how off I am to that person too, on top
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
I'm like, because I've never experienced this pattern. So I don't have pattern recognition of this
Yes.
thing. And so sometimes that makes me fall into trusting someone. And
Mhm.
then all of a sudden down the line, it's like, oh, that was a, like I didn't have that intuition or that understanding of the rule. And so
Mhm.
I trusted what they said because I've never experienced that before.
Right. Right. Right.
So it's like
Exactly.
constantly navigating that
Mhm.
when
Mhm.
having discussions with people. And that's why it's like so draining. I love talking to people, but it's so draining
Yes.
because of that.
Yes. I think people are constantly playing this game about global configurational social information, and that game becomes its own thing that they judge each other on, like, how well are you playing this game? And we don't play it at all. And even if they're like really used to playing that game all the time, when they interact with us, it doesn't work. So we're upsetting. But also, people who are maybe more exploitative or have a penchant for manipulation can say, oh, well, this person doesn't know what I'm doing. I can do and say and get away with whatever because this person is clearly not responding. Like, it's kind of like they're showing us a test of like colors and we can't see, and they're like, oh well, okay, so they come up with, you know, some other behavior that may be more exploitative or manipulative or whatever they're needing to get done that day. They can ignore our needs entirely because we're not able to respond to these tests. We fail all of them. We
Mhm.
fail, and if somebody
Yeah.
watches how we're failing, they'll realize, oh, they can't even see the test.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, and for me when people and that's why a lot of people who are allistic towards me come to me because I'm a model, but they see me from afar. They come up close to me and they start interacting, and then everything feels off. So either they'll act exactly like how you said, they'll be like, oh, she doesn't see the colors that I'm showing her,
Mm-hmm.
or they'll be off put by why I can't see what they're saying.
Right.
And
Right.
then they get super uncomfortable around me because I'm not understanding their underlying or their rule setting that they're
Mm-hmm.
making for themselves as this
Mm-hmm.
game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so it's off-putting to them because they think my face doesn't match my personality, basically, is kind of what they say.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
it's such a weird world to be in. And
Mm-hmm.
I tell people too, I do my best to I know you have your t-shirt that you just got, right? Or you've
Mm-hmm.
had.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell people and then they don't want to believe me. And then we get into a conversation or an instance and then they're like, why are you acting like this? And I'm
Yes.
like, I don't understand. I told you my issue. I told you what I'm going to struggle with. And yet you're still not making it easy for me, even though I told you exactly how I need to be communicated with.
Yes. Well, I think I've thought about this a bit too like very recently. I think they have a very hard time separating the ability to do the global configurational and the ability to do the like local feature that we are exclusively doing. So it's not that they couldn't enjoy a conversation with us, but they keep saying, "Well, now let's do this game. Well, now let's do this game." So
Hmm.
again, it'd be like working with somebody who has a more obvious impairment, and at
Hmm.
first they're willing to do some things that include the person, and then they get bored, or they basically
That's right.
they lose motivation. I think they literally lose motivation because they're so, and the society tells them that motivation comes from focusing on this hierarchy competition. So then they start to try to re-energize themselves by playing the game that we can't participate in. And so it's weird on that level, but also that like I think some people genuinely really like us and find us refreshing because they like the aspect of themselves that society is currently undervaluing and kind of pushing into like almost a pathological dynamic, because like you have to do so much doing as arriving, so much hierarchical um, status acquiring and like showing off your status, that people are sort of like atrophying in some way their ability to just sit and think about and build a concept or a project or something like that, to really just hone in on what is this thing, how does it work. But I think the
Hmm.
people that do respond to us, it's also kind of like a mirroring, which is nice to know that they do like that aspect of themselves. And maybe on some level we could have a lot more friends in a better, healthier society. I think we would. I think we would
Yeah.
if people had access to a richer development of that side of themselves and can take longer breaks from this doing as arriving thing that I talk about. I think it's explained so much for me. That's why I talk about it so much. But that
Hmm.
they don't know that they can feel motivation any other way. And when they start to feel insecure or confused, and we are confusing, I think they're actually responding with that return to motivating and feeling okay by pursuing a goal in a hierarchy of people pursuing goals.
So when
I feel
we're more straightforward. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello.
Did you want to say
uh,
something, Enigma?
yeah. Um, but I just wanted to say that I do notice that a lot of times when like I notice that there's kind of a discrepancy in like or just like a way, you know, kind of like a clash between like how people are trying to engage, and I try to understand like what needs are you know, underlying or like why that might be happening, and I want to slow down to do that, they often want to like rush to get past it as fast as possible. And I know like there are times I've fallen into this as well of like, or like getting defensive of like, oh, that thing I did didn't work for you. Well, here's why I did it. And then moving on, like, without even recognizing it. I feel like that's just we've just gotten to this really defensive place where like I, for whatever reason, like if I couldn't tell if they are like trying to move to a place of understanding or like just pointing out that I'm not understanding doing as arriving, then like I might fall into that defensive, oh, I totally understand doing as arriving. Like there was this conversation with a fellow ADHD person um where we went on a couple tangents and like I thought it was fine because it was a first meeting, but then she was like, yeah, neurodivergent people have trouble following an agenda, and I'm like, there was no agenda. Like I would have made one if you wanted one. I've been given compliments on my agenda. Like, but just given, that kind of comment coming up within a conversation, like I didn't know, do I have room here to be like, okay, let's take 5 minutes to like figure out what do we want here, as opposed to just I did kind of say like, here's what I'd like to know more of, but I do feel like it might have just led to that dynamic where we're both still walking on eggshells, but like I don't know how to, or I'm still trying to figure out how to like bring up when, there's kind of, it feels like there's this misalignment and like how to address it. And kind of get us out of that mindset of like, let's breeze over this speed bump.
Well, it's
Because
all
like then that's just gonna lead more.
just to like take this apart. Just I think it's important. I'll quickly do this and then I'll pop off this. But like agenda, it means like things you're going to do, right? But that can mean a list in a sequence. So if she's saying that people have an issue with this listing sequence format, sure. But you could also mean like more like a menu where it's like, yeah, we these are the things that we will address, and the sequence may be more emergent. So if this, well, yeah, the sequence will just emerge because time happens, but that if we have a sense of like, here are all the components in this like scheme that we're gonna try to get through, but she may be saying like, oh, they're bad at like the listing thing. Okay, sure, but you didn't list, quote unquote, you didn't tell us ahead of time all of the things on the menu here that you want to hit. So because she's probably good at moving forward, then the person also moves with her, and then you start to agree on where you're going together. So that's the fucking game. They're not really making the list ahead of time. That's not true. They're improving it. So she's saying you can't improv a list. It's like, yep, that's the disability. Would you like to, however, instead of making a list, making a total like collection of all the things you want to do together, and then we select them in a way that's rational and logical based on the structure that we are slowly assembling. Great. But you'd have to explain that concept to the person, and they'd have to be comfortable with it, and they'd have to also do some soul searching about like where their brain is on that continuum.
Yeah. Yes. I feel that. And yeah, I don't want to like go on too much of a tangent here either, but like that's a point that I'm trying to figure out like in my form for scheduling meetings. I added a field for adding a topic, so at least there's something, but I still find that there's like this kind of stuff, so I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it to get people to do like a little bit of that soul searching of like, do you have a specific kind of flow you want? Let me know ahead of time, or acknowledge that we're going to be improving it.
You could also try like you could try a metaphor of like a museum. So there's going to be like a centerpiece in the museum, but there's other attractions to go look at in the museum that are probably somewhat categorically related. So if they have an issue with like there being a main what's the word I'm looking for? My museum thing just broke apart. Main attraction or whatever. Like there's a special thing that we're doing here that's limited because museums have like limited runs of these things. That could be one way to say it. It's like we're going to use our focus to put things in context with this main thing. Like if I went and saw I don't know, a thing on Egypt or something. The thing that I'm most interested in may be like, oh, they have King Tut's mask. Okay, great. Will I start to think about things in relationship to that if that's my main thing? Yeah. Like so if there's like a focal point that they want to make sure like is still arrived at, and we're pretty good at pulling it back to the focal point. I think that's why autistic people can be very strong writers if we're given good support around that, because we good at writing an essay and keeping the main focal point in mind and putting things relative to it. Even if we go on something that most people would consider a tangent, we can actually like pull it back together and like, oh wow, that was so well done. So that's just my reflection on that. I also want to make sure that Sterling, did you want to pop back because I think you had like an incomplete thought.
I don't remember. It's totally fine. If it comes back, it does. I think also though people struggle with whenever you communicate those things, Enigma, they struggle with wanting to actually go back and revisit for some reason and work on that. That's something that that's a good question that you asked, because that's something that I need to figure out how to get people to understand in ways that, I can over explain it, but they won't get it or they choose to shut down because it's too much information for them. So I think that's what you were mentioning. My ADHD is a bit high today. So
Yeah, I think you were talking about like that you shared what you need with them and then they would still like be confused, and that's something that I've been, trying to figure out too, because okay, if I came up with a complete list, it'd be like 100 items. They're not gonna all be relevant everywhere, so I do feel like it needs to be a balance of maybe sharing some things ahead of time and some things like as they come up. And also like the amount that we can share ahead of time. Yeah, like I love talking with people too. Like I love talking with a whole bunch of people. But there's only so much I can share before like a first conversation, before it's like an unrealistic amount of homework. And yeah, like knowing what kind of conversation can really help there too. But anyway, I'd love to know like more of, if this feels like worth delving into for you, and it might have been like kind of where you were going already. Like what kind of situations people have been kind of like,
it's
you
like
know,
I guess the simplest thing. I am a good writer. We were just Jane was talking about us being good writers, like bringing it back in terms of conversation. The only issue like I have with that in text messaging is I can't hear inflection. So I have to actually work harder to process my responses because one, I can't see the facial, and two, I can't hear the voice. So it makes it difficult. So I usually tell people this, but they don't quite understand it and then continue to text in a way that is not good for me. So it's like even those small everyday today things of how in this list of 100 things I need, like how do I tell people this is how I like to be communicated with in a palpable way versus going on a little 5-minute talk of this is what I need before the conversation starts.
Yeah, well that's like we need more knowledge about it globally, but also like if somebody, I was just wanted to add because I was like, oh yeah, when people text me, I'm always surprised because I'm like, oh, I don't see how that connects with how you talk in person. I think
Mhm.
because
Mm.
I notice different details about a person than what's usually being I'm not noticing most of it. I think that's what I wanted to get into on the topic today about like self-awareness. There's some aspect of self-awareness which is like how other people perceive you, and there's aspects of like how I'm being perceived that I will never see. Again, similar to like if you're blind, you really don't know what people see when they're looking at you because there's no concept of it. There's nothing, there's like a non-starter there. So there's things about people that I think their text actually makes sense if you can see the stuff that we're blind to, but I can't.
Yes,
So
yes,
I'm like, why are
yes,
you like a fucking space alien when you're texting, and then in person
yes.
you like make sense?
Yes, it's so true. Exactly. They also tend to, for me, I tend to get misunderstood a lot through text, even though I'm overly communicative, which I also heard was difficult for people to understand
I know
as
why.
well.
This makes sense. This is kind of new for me. So they're judging you based off the things they're seeing that we are not meaning to communicate at all because we don't have that language whatsoever. So the thing that's knocked out in our brains that they're perceiving about us, regardless, even though we're not trying to communicate it and don't speak in that language, but they still see it nonetheless, right? Like they still see things that we do and they misattribute reasons for us doing it that we can't have. And so
Yeah.
they perceive us as if we are neurotypical and are able to do the neurotypical thing. So by the time we get into text, that's who they're talking to.
So interesting. It's kind of like I'll tell people, so somebody will ask me to hang out with them. And this is like in person too. And they'll be like, "Oh, do you want to hang out on this day?" I cannot respond immediately to that answer usually. I have to say I need to think about it. But in their inflection, that's saying, "Oh, you don't want to hang out with me." And that is not at all the case. Or even with text message, I usually will tell people, "Hey, I can't text right now." If they text me something that's like overcomplicated for my brain, I'll text them back and say, "Hey, I can't text you right now. I'll text you in an hour." But they think I have time to text them at this moment, so why can't I text them the answer they were looking for?
And okay, so
Are they actually saying that to you? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
What?
Are they like
Yes,
actually
yes, yes.
okay,
Some
that to me sorry.
Some people when people when I tell them I need to think about it. My boss has an issue with this. She's getting used to it, but she'll ask me to do something that's my choice, and I'll tell her I don't have an answer for you. I don't know yet. And
Yeah.
I've had this several times happen where people are like, "I feel like you're just telling me no. You're just saying no to me."
Oh.
And it's not at all
Wow.
true. And I always tell people, and I repeatedly tell the same people multiple times, it takes me a while for my brain to process the answer, even if I want to say yes, because I have to process through it. I just do.
So here's what I think is going wrong
Yeah.
potentially based on the model that is emerging right now from what I've
Yeah.
been learning. So we are trying to tell them what we need, right? And at the same time, we're competing with this image that they have of who we are based on them reading us as if we're neurotypical. And they can't really turn it off, and they don't know how to like conceptually distance themselves yet. I think they could, but like the judgments they're giving you, it's based on this presentation that we have no control over because we can't intentionally do any of that stuff. It's like they're imposing meaning on it. And so if you could control that and you were neurotypical, you could probably say that in a way that they would hear, but they can't do that. Hi, Waba. We just got a raid. Thank you. I'll just check in with you guys in a sec. So basically what's happening is we are going to try to solve this through communication, right? But they are still going to say, well, that communication exists in context of this kind of person that I perceive this autistic person as, because this is how I perceive people normally, with the social information that this person can't use, similar to or almost directly analogous to them perceiving the outfits and hairstyle of a blind person who's congenitally blind and really doesn't have a choice in
Yeah.
how they're doing these things. So this is a non-starter. So if some of autistic people are able to communicate that and it's successful, I think it's up to them imposing meaning on the stuff that they believe we're communicating intentionally that we have no ability to communicate or even see from them, and that's it. So they're unable to psychologically like pick this apart and then distance themselves from that automatic and normally perfectly functional thing to do. So they don't believe us because they don't believe the type of person they think we are would mean what we're saying, which is
Yeah.
like very frustrating. So, and I'm just starting to talk
Yeah.
about this now, so it's a little clunky, but yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And the issue with me is I physically can't express myself in any other way that makes sense for me. So it's like, if you get to know me as a person, as you know, my boss is slowly understanding it, but she still, you know, in her function, she still has that underlying issue, but she understands it to a certain degree. It's just hard for me because I physically can't change my words, because I can't fully grasp what they've asked me to do, in that I just can't do that for them. So I just kind of live just kind of being okay with that, and you know, I guess.
I'm
But I
starting to
don't know if
be
there's another way. I don't know if there's another way to communicate with people in terms of even the specific thing of like over communication, and but I don't know how to say when I'm not, you know, the roundabout way of it.
you can't. I think we're going to have to
Yeah.
like hit them over the head with like something like this model that I'm trying to develop, or a better version of it. This is too new, but like basically we have to say, so you've lived your whole life as a neurotypical person, able to see these signs that you exchange with other people that I can neither see nor intentionally decide on. Even if I may be sending out some signals, I have no way to have autonomy or active volition or participation. So if you've encoded that about me, it's you can't use it, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to drop that, and that's a lot. But also, I think it's the only way this is going to work, because I like what I was saying this in the chat. Like, let's say I try to say like I need to look at my calendar, but I've already sent all of these signals. That means that that sentence doesn't sound believable or can't be interpreted in a way that it's a successful um, communication of anything. Like I just am the wrong person to say that, and I said it. Now there's more distrust. Now there's more confusion. Now we're, you know what I mean? Like now they're more on edge. So if this is a
Mhm.
big problem, where this can lead to a lot of how we're being interpreted as like rude or socially inappropriate, is that they've already said this is the type of person you are, therefore this is how you should now behave, and then we don't, again and again and again. And what we need to say is, I have no way to participate in that system that you're using, and I've never been able to project to the world the kind of person that I am, and I will never be able to, and I will always be interpreted based on people assuming that my presentation is uh, a developmental skill that I've worked on my whole life to intentionally exchange social information, but it's not. And so everything that they've encoded about me is fucking gibberish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just so hard because I see it. It's interesting because I see outside of myself a lot, because to navigate the world, when I was much younger too, I had to, you know, one, we've talked about this like a couple months ago, but figuring out what people are going to say before they say it are kind of the direction, and really hyper focusing on it. But some, like what you're saying, it's like we physically cannot even though I can see it in the way of, oh, this person wants me to say something a certain way or wants my underlining or my signals to be a certain way, I physically cannot do that. Like, it's not
Yes.
going to happen, even if I recognize it, even if I see outside of myself and I'm like, this person wants me to be this way, but I have no capacity to be that way, even
Yes.
though I know I'm supposed to be that way. I just don't understand how I could be that way.
Yes. Yeah. We
It's
have a
such a
we have a concept of that world existing, even though we can't actually like in a sensory way like experience it. Obviously it's there, and there's some things we do experience that we can see that are a pattern. And I think as we mature, we realize the stuff that we can see isn't the thing. It's just something that correlates with it, or like is always present with it, but that's not the point. So that's the whole thing of us when we're younger. We kind of like shallowly mimic our peers and then eventually get kicked out because we're just copying some more superficial, I guess, but that we're copying some material aspect of it that we can see, but it's completely out of context. And we can have like an understanding of that stuff we can't see existing again in the same way that a blind person can understand on a deeper level than most people how light works.
That's right. That makes perfect sense, the blind representation. Because it's like you can, as you know, if someone with blindness can see light, they understand the concept that that doesn't mean they can physically see the mountain
Mm-hmm.
or whatever, but they understand the concept of the mountain
Yeah.
much better than probably someone who can see.
Right, because
And
they don't use that thicker conceptual, model. They just look.
yeah, and the struggle, like, so, it's like basically when someone sees someone who's blind or who has an apparent disability versus someone who has an underlying, maybe having diabetes. I've had this also happen. People, even though people, I could tell them I have diabetes, that takes me almost half a year for them to remember I have diabetes, or like, oh yeah, she has diabetes. And I'm not putting this against them, but it's just when it's not apparent to people, like, this person has something going on, unfortunately, with their profiling.
Yeah.
And it makes it so much more difficult
Mm-hmm.
um, to navigate because you're like explaining it to them over and over and they just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
you're just like, well, I'm telling you, I promise I'm telling you. And you're seeing the pattern over and over again. Do you not see this pattern? This
Mm-hmm.
has happened 5 times
Mm-hmm.
with the same scenario, almost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it's like me going back to me telling people, you were saying, look at my calendar is a good way, or I need to think about it, or I don't know right now. I could do this 5 times in a row with the same person, and they will still go back to, I don't understand why they do this. And it's just kind of a funny thing. Not a funny thing, but it's like, why are you being I've done this 5 times with you. This is a pattern. But we recognize patterns a lot to navigate in this world.
Well,
So
we can't take it for granted that the patterns that we're okay, let me put it this carefully. So
yeah.
I think somebody without a disability, and this we can also relate to because there's disabilities we don't have, they can take it for granted that the pattern they see the most often is the most important one. And so like disability, that's a minority, but our experience of our own disability, that's not a minority thing at all. That's everything. It's all the time. So when we interact with somebody and they're able to return to the world of that doesn't exist every single day, and then we're the time where it does exist. I think that you actually have to teach people how to be friends with somebody with a disability or an illness that's chronic that impacts their everyday life and choices. You have to teach somebody how to do that, or else the default is to forget that person's condition exists in reality.
Yeah, I wish I could like get people to a point where they're like, "Oh, is this, like an accommodation thing as opposed to like oh, like assuming that it's some kind of personality thing. Because, yeah, like, we're never going to get the whole 100-item list across to them. But just like to get them into that mindset, but also without like it feeling scary to them. Because like I also don't feel comfortable like walking into a conversation, being like, I would love to join this space, but I'm gonna have like lots and lots of needs, because then they might like over perceive that as well, and then just like assume that they can't accommodate me. Um,
Well, they need
but
to learn. They don't know how to accommodate you. That's what's so fascinating about this. So the problem is like what you're telling them to do is say like, hey, I'm a minority person in this population of like our species, so I need you to be able to learn about me out of context with the rest of the stuff you've learned. You have to start from square one a little bit. Like I'm a different kind of entity, and since I'm a different kind of entity, to take some of the pressure off, we don't have a lot of great ideas about what I'm supposed to be doing or what anybody's supposed to be doing, because the opportunity to practice and learn that has been extremely limited because there's not very many of us, and we just barely got the technology to talk to each other even this much, which is why you're seeing representation of neurodivergency now, because it can magnify us to make that process even remotely doable.
so I feel like that would be really great. And in the meantime, like as we're developing these models, which take a lot of time, like I wish like with my best friend, I'm kind of at this point where she'll sometimes ask like when she's just recognizing that something's like not making sense to her, she's like, "Oh, is this like an autism thing or like a brain wiring thing?" And then I can say yes or no. Um versus like back to, and I mean even like why are you doing this, like depending on the tone, like I know that from a boss it can be like really unpleasant. Personally, I still like see, again, I'm not in your situation to Sonder, so like I don't want to be telling anyone else how to feel, but I feel like with a lot of people in my life, they're making so many assumptions and like not even asking like why someone's doing something, not even recognizing that they're confused or like thrown off or what have you. And just like they ghost or like start behaving differently or like just dismissing me and talking over me like all the time. So I feel like even getting to that kind of point of like recognizing that we could have a good interaction here. We're just like temporarily running into something we need to talk through, like it's already a win.
It's tricky because
Well,
I think their social skill is so functional that that happening is extremely weird for them.
mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky with my boss because she has ADHD, very like very I don't know in the range of ADHD, but very severely, or more than I do. I don't know how to, or I don't know how to word this correctly, Jane. In terms of ADHD, I know there's levels in autism, but with ADHD, I'm not sure how
You
to
can say she's more
There's
impacted,
more
and
extreme.
more more
yeah,
impacted.
yeah.
But she's definitely. I think we've also talked about this with some people who do have ADHD. They do tend to screen the world more holistically, and she definitely does. And so, but what's nice about her is that she's actually over time has learned a little more about me. So when these discussions of I need to think about it, she'll still outwardly say her internal feeling of I don't like when you take time to think about it, but then she'll say, but I know you need to think about it. And so I appreciate that, but I think it's with people who really love us, really give us the chance to be like, oh, we have to relearn a new language. and they're good at doing that. Most of my friends are, I would say 4 of my friends are autistic, and then the rest of them are neurodivergent in some way. The only holistic friends that I've had tend to be very, very patient, and they get through that first initial response from me. And then after that, they're like, oh, I love this person enough to do my best to understand them.
I have an anecdotal thing that might be relevant just going forward. So I have a newer manager who I get along with pretty well and have had a decent experience with so far, which is great. And then they were saying they related in some things. And then I was like, oh, well, maybe you're like monotropic. And they took the monotropism test and they score higher than the general population of people without autism, and they're somewhere in the threshold where autism begins. So like they're closer to the autism range of monotropism. So I'm thinking maybe I do well, and I think monotropism is another way of saying local featural. So I think but it's a way that I could actually test people. So I'm like, oh, maybe I can just say to people like, hey, can I just know like how monotropic you are? Because like that'd be dope. Because I think I probably can't deal with people that are low in monotropism, which follows from what I'm thinking so far. But there's at least a metric we can use.
Interesting. That's good to know. I just like looked that up right now. I'll take a look into it because that's interesting to think about. Nowadays I do tend to screen people more because I just know it's just going to be painful on both friends or acquaintances' side if they really don't understand, or they're just not going to have the capacity to. And so I do screen way more now than I used to. Oh my gosh, what was I going to say with that? It makes it difficult because for me at least, so many people are very, very, very interested in me initially because I'm fascinating. But it's almost like a show horse type of fascinating that they get tired over very quickly, I think. And so in terms of your screening, I'm figuring out who are the people who are genuinely, interested in learning about me versus just watching me because it's very interesting for them, but interacting with me is not something that they want to do. I don't know if you've experienced this, Jane, in the music world.
Yes. Yeah, I do experience that. And it's very awkward too because some people go out of their way to talk to me because there's something lyrically that again, I think they relate to and they're having validated that isn't validated in the culture, where they're like, "Oh, I like this about myself too. I like the aspect of where I build things and care about how things fit together, right?" And so when they come up to me, it's a lot of pressure because I know that's all I have, and they have this other part of themselves, and this is just going to implode immediately. So I also look more socially anxious or something, but that's not it. It's just like I've had enough experiences where it's like I can't handle this right now. I don't want to have this weird, awkward interaction with this person that needs deeply to be validated for the thing in society that I have to do that is getting discouraged in them or ridiculed in them, which is very wrong. And I can have that conversation. But again, I don't think that's what they were there for. I think they just feel hurt. And I get that, but I'm not brave for having like the monotropic or the doing as building thing. I had no choice, and yeah, it's weird. So it's like people I think are attracted to me because I am telling themselves that the part of themselves that maybe they've been ashamed about is nice to see, because it is nice to see an autistic person expressing themselves when they've really worked on it and are skilled. That's beautiful and wonderful. It's unique and cool. But I don't know what to do beyond that, and that's something I don't want to impose on that person who's having like a special moment for themselves. So it's also on my side. I pull back for that reason, because it's definitely like I'm good from far away.
Oh my gosh, I feel this so hard. And also, I'm not finding the raise hand emoji thing anymore. So if anyone
Down?
knows where, okay,
Yeah.
so
I just see you, Enigma. I see you when you unmute yourself. I'm like, they want to talk.
oh,
So I'm
I'm sorry.
watching. No, it's helpful for me because sometimes I don't check the chat, but when I see you unmute yourself, I'm like, okay, they're next. I can see it.
I appreciate that. Okay, I saw someone else use the raise hand, but I'm like not able to find it.
I can't find it either.
Okay. Weird. All right, so I guess I gotta like look for the raised hand emoji now, but it's not like
Oh, no,
a
actually,
different thing that's not just an emoji. If
Once
that makes
you
sense.
once you in the bottom left, when you click on the emoji thing, once you search for it once, it'll be in the quick bar.
Okay, that's cool. That's so
Yeah.
frustrating though, how it just has the same like time span of a regular old emoji. But anyway,
oh, yeah, right?
yeah, like what I wanted to say was that I so relate to this like now as you know I've been doing more neurodiversity related work and I'm like in spaces trying to find well like trying to see one is that like something I can monetize so I can get out of like some of the global configurational games. But then when I am trying to like advertise that and I'm in the same showcase spaces with a bunch of neurotypicals, and then like those same spaces that I used to enjoy back when I used to just geek out about random things, or even when like I would try and fail to play the global configurational game and I would just be like written off as some awkward person and left alone by most people and end up in the corner with the nerds, which I loved. But then like as I'm getting better at expressing myself, now I'm interesting to lots of people and they want to drop their theories about neurodiversity,
Mhm.
which are a lot of misunderstanding. And after I've already spent all this energy like putting myself out there, I might not want to spend more time like explaining and educating and like doing it while they're in this fast, yeah, just wanting to info dump. Oh my gosh, someone I can talk to about neurodiversity. But like I'm trying to be like, okay, if we talk about this, we need to have like a real conversation, which I might or might not even want, you know,
Mhm.
because it's not always gonna be like beneficial to me, and it might also be stuff where there's like some resource online that's like a better fit for, you know, conveying that thing, which like maybe Jane, for example, as you like develop this local featural model, you know, maybe if you just have like a blog or like if you have, you know, like a highlight from one of these calls or something to send all of those people to as a catch-all. I'm still working on that kind of thing to try to get out of having like so many of those interactions to the point where I've just like stopped going to most tech events, which used to be like something I loved, because I don't like the dynamic when I am able to express myself better. But another thing that I'm like working on in addition to that, like for myself, is figuring out where are like what are, you know, framings of it that lead to conversations that tend to be more pleasant and conducive for me as well. Like I know this is like less relevant to you, Jane, maybe relevant to Sandra, I don't know. Um, but okay, what do you think their motivation is? Okay, that I'll like try to get to that after this thing I was gonna say, but because yeah, that's a really good question. So yeah, like I've been noticing that if I frame some of these neurodivergent related things where there might be a better mutual geek out discussion, um, that tends to go better. Like, one thing that I've had some good conversations. Now, again, it depends with who, like, because I've brought up overstimulation at a lot of events, the way they're designed to be cool in a bunch of ways at once. Like, there's music and live painting and these conversation prompts that really make you think, and people are having, like, 2-minute interactions with a bunch of different people. How that's just like too much for me. And other community builders, at least, like when I talk about it in those spheres, have, engaged positively about that better than when we get on the thread about neurodivergence, which has been more hit or miss. And even, like, yeah, like the local featural versus configurational, I don't know, like, what it's like for you, Jane, but maybe, like, explaining that might even at least de-scoped the conversation to where every misunderstanding of autism is less likely to come up, and
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
more, yeah.
I think it's
But yeah,
foundational.
that.
I think this is like definitively, and it's definitive about something in the species that is being neglected, and I think a lot of problems are
Mhm.
just this. I mean, actually, let me walk that back. Haha. I think most
Mm,
problems, this is so integral to those problems existing at all that it can relieve people's anxiety and rumination, where it's like they know something's structurally wrong and they have like 8 million boogeymens at this point, and I'm like, well, what if it's just you've there's a couple things that bias the species to overwhelming our socialization with doing as arriving, to the point that we're having dysfunctional behaviors because it creates social reality that disagrees with material reality, and then you're like good to go. So you actually can also tell people something that is like so incredibly useful that they can decrease um, their resting stress level. Like, this is part of why people are so stressed out, is they don't know this about the human brain. And I think I mean, every model's an oversimplification, but yes, I do need to like make some sort of like clear resource about this at this point, because I think it's just I did it. Like, I think this is it.
You know what I was gonna say? So my take from what you're talking about too, I think it's similar and slightly just a different analogy of it. But when you're talking about how people come up to you, I really resonated with that too. I think also more so even outside of, oh, someone says, oh, you're neurodivergent or you're autistic or something going into that. Also, it comes down with special interest as well, I feel like, on a more detailed level. So when people, I don't know if this has happened to you, but when people see you perform, Jane, um, you're very talented at it as well. And so for me, what I resonated with you was that I'm really good at my special interests and I really love them and I'm studying them. And so people find it so fascinating and they want to connect with me there, but that's
Hmm.
all I have. That's
Yeah, yeah.
literally all I have. And so I have to be careful because with my info dumping, it makes me look like I'm belittling them, but it's all I have. So when they're talking about poetry or anything like this, I'll delve into it so deeply that they can't resonate anymore. And I'm not meaning to do that either. But they're like, oh, you're like me. And then halfway through the conversation, they're like, oh,
I
not like that.
I also think it's a problem because okay, this is going to sound a little inflated, but like bear with me. I think we represent hope in this very deeply understood way, but not verbalized way. So it was, when we have the language for this, we won't need to see this in these inflated terms, but they're
Mhm,
like, oh, this person got good at a thing, even though the process of getting good at it meant facing social ridicule. How do
mhm,
I do that? I'm limited
mhm.
by social ridicule, and if they hear us talk, we're not. We're limited by other shit, but not that. It's
You
not the
know
same.
what? That makes so much sense when I'm talking to people now. I don't know what you gave me an epiphany, because I'm a very motivational person. And so when someone, like you were just saying, when someone sees me doing something, they're like, how can you do that? And I just say, you just do it. I don't know. It's just something that I do. And I'm of the opinion where I'm very motivational. I'm like, you should just do it. And then people feel like I'm being aggressive towards them when I do say these things, because
Yes.
I don't have the same like limiting thought process of whatever they're going through.
Right.
That just made so much sense to me. Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
I had a conversation last night with someone who was similar, but
Mhm.
now I understand why people get off put.
They're like, oh, they must have overcome my struggles. I'm like, no, I didn't. I didn't do any of that. I overcame nothing. Like, I overcame other problems that
Mhm,
I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Like, I have some things that I'm so concerned about my inability to navigate that limits
mhm,
me. But it's
mhm,
not because I'm gonna be socially uncool. I genuinely can't care. It's not that I've ascended caring. I don't know how to. I never
mhm.
learned, I never will, I never can. But I know when people are like really gunning for me that I'm not going to get to do my special interest, and I don't want to see people as that cruel. It's too
Mhm.
demoralizing. So there's other problems that I have. So I end up having this alienating conversation with this person where what they were hoping for was for me to tell them how to get past their own hangups that they've developed through an ability I don't have. And I can't.
Now I understand the arguments I get into with people on accident. It's kind of interesting because I think a lot of people are like, well, you don't understand. I can't do this because of this or that. And I'm like, I don't get it, because that's not something that I experienced as a struggle, because my special interest is something that I just do.
Yes.
It's just, I just do it. And I think people get very confused by that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and they feel intimidated by that, but I don't understand the intimidation socially by it. It doesn't make sense to me, because I'm also not necessarily comparing myself societally in that way when it comes to my special interests. So
Right.
it's not.
No, it's like they would see us as intrinsically motivated, which again I think is just another way to try to talk about this split in the brain of global configurational, local featural. Local featural is intrinsic motivation, global configurational they call it extrinsic motivation. So basically that means, like, metaphorically, we're like a little wind up toy and we just move. Like, and we'll just, if, as long as there's like, even if there's something in the way, we literally don't stop moving. We're like, nope, still working on this. Nope, still working on this. And you know, and the thing is that we can get ridiculed for that. We can get kicked on our butt, and we're still moving. We're still, I mean, quote it moving. Yeah, we're still like working. We're still doing the thing, right? So, but you can't actually be stopped at doing the thing because you can do it silently in your head.
Hmm. Yeah, so true. It's very true. Thank you so much. And also it's like from another artistic perspective as well. It's helpful. Um, because I know, like, for instance, when the psychiatrist said I was depressed, I know when I'm depressed is when I have the inability to create or work on my special interest. That's when I know something's wrong, because I'm constantly working in the background of my head, no matter the time of day, on my special interest. It's
Same.
just, that's where my brain goes, and that's the safe space it creates.
Hmm.
So I know when I physically can't think about my special interests, then I know out externally, oh, there's something wrong. I don't know
Yeah.
what it is, but I know
Yeah.
there's something wrong.
Right. Right.
So it's
Right.
really interesting.
Hmm. And I think sometimes it's a health thing where, like if you think about it this way, like your body has only so many signals it can send, and some of them we may interpret as like caused by the environment when it's actually more like an internal issue, like an organ issue or whatever. And this dynamic is even like more fluid than what I'm describing. It's not even that separated, but also we can have things where the environment is making it like we're ill, like the environment is so hostile that it's like creating the conditions for your body to not be capable of recovery or doing anything with a reasonable level of health and well-being. Like you can't manage yourself, you can't manage your needs. So I think our lack of quote unquote motivation, it's just we only have one kind of motivation, that's special interest. Doing as arriving, doing as building is about motivation. It's about the fact that our society believes that all motivation is arriving, that's how you get motivation, is to think about the next arriving thing, and we can't. So but the problem is, like, structurally it makes complete coherent sense to say, if I'm someone who gets motivation by building and everyone around me is going to, when going gets tough, do as arrive, they're going to walk over everything I build if they need to.
Yeah,
So,
it's just really interesting.
It's like, am I socially anxious, or am I accurately reading the problem that I'm in?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I was resonating with the last two topics we had.
So I'm curious, like, what are you worried about happening, Jane? Like, if people walk all over what you're building?
They won't care. Like, well, first of all, so they'll destroy it at any stage because it's not important to them. What's important to them is arriving at this goal place, and the entire society has told them, when you feel bad, this is how you feel better. And then when they notice how bad I feel, they're going to tell me to do as arrive to feel better. I'm like, you just destroyed my shit. You just wrecked what I was working on. I'm going to have to rebuild this. That took me years. This took, like, the thing that I'm trying to build, they're telling me that the environment has no concern or consideration for supporting that, but it will support them. So I'm in competition with a group of people who are obsessed with competition, and I don't want to compete with them. So I exclude, because I understand that these are people who have effectively made themselves into bulldozers, and I don't want to be surrounded by bulldozers. So, like, that's the concern, and that to explain or get them interested in this is not what I wanted to be doing. Does that make sense? So, like, I not only do I not get to do my special interest, now I am responsible for trying to fix people that a society has made unworkable for me to be around. And as a female, as a woman, not a big fan of that shit either.
That all makes sense. So basically, like, you're trying to self-select against these people earlier on, so you don't invest your energy in collaborating with them, where they can just pull the rug out from all of that, and instead you,
right. And I'm watching out for the physical and online spaces, and trying to find ones that have less of these people, because the point of the space isn't doing as arriving so much. Like, there's spaces that are more open to doing as building. There's not very many that are like focused on it, but there's spaces that are like, it's possible to do that there, instead of having basically people running through it and being like, no, but I enjoy doing as arriving. And so I need to find little silos, okay, or build them, which is what this is. This is a silo, so that I am able to get enough work done for me to not enter some form of depression. Like, they're doing enough doing as arriving, because that's the only way they're getting their hit at this point, even though they could get more hits from doing as building, right? But that skill will atrophy for them, and then it's going to be harder and harder to become skilled once you've not invested any time in practice. So there's multiple issues going on, right? See what I'm saying? So and then it becomes, it's useful for me because one of my special interests is dissecting this, to do some of it. But at a certain point, I'm just going to be upset that I have to be on this planet. I'm just going to be mad. I'm just going to say, I don't belong here. My brain is past this. I want to go to a place where my brain gets to do what it can do, and I'm angry that I don't get to. I'm angry. I want to be that. I want to be what I truly am, not triaging and describing this situation all the time.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That resonates so hard. Like, I felt like there was a point in my life where I enjoyed a lot more spaces because like it was like, oh, I get to be a spectator and make better sense of how all these different kinds of people think. But now I'm at a point where, okay, but what's the point of all that? Like, I want to be able to build something and not just be telling the people over here how the people over there think. And like, I don't know, journaling about dysfunction.
Yeah, well, because
yes, getting
you're going
up in the process.
You're going against a whole mythology, and I have my arguments that come from feminism as to why this is so deeply ingrained, but you're going against a whole mythology that when people feel bad, they're like, oh man, I need more motivation, just like we do. But they go, oh, time to do more doing as arriving. And it's like all of your work was just incinerated. All of your work to get that person to understand, instead of learning, instead of building, instead of working on something, they went right back to what's the next hierarchical goal status thing I can pursue. And you're like, well, fuck this. You know what? You all can have your stupid planet. I'm going to go live in a fucking cave on a mountain. Screw you. I get why hermits do this.
I hear you. Yeah, like, I do find that, yeah, something that really irked me when I was working at big megacorps, which is part of why I left, was that, like, there'd be this divide and conquer where I would be able to find, like, other people who want to do as building looking back, but they would be split up between all these different teams and have like these different doing as arriving type things imposed on them. And I feel kind of similarly about like people say, you know, that certain things are easier explained in a conversation and not like in a blog post. And like, but I want to know, like, you know, if I'm going to put a lot of energy into explaining to something to someone, I want to know that they actually care and that it's not just a little show horse thing. And that, yeah, when the going gets tough, they're not going to just drop all of it. And I guess I want to see, like, who cares enough, yeah, to like read something I put out there or come to like
Right.
conversations that I curate, which I still gotta work on, you know, what I want to build in that realm. But yeah, I am feeling discouraged when people say, well, oh, okay, if you want to have a community, well, you got to also do all these other, you got to be everything to everyone, and you got to moderate all this bullshit that ends up coming in and driving away the
bullshit,
good people.
The bullshit comes in, and here's the problem with like the mobbing and the stuff that's happening online and the incivility and the rudeness. Okay, so let's say you get somebody building, right? I'm going to use the metaphor of you're building a sandcastle together, okay? You get them involved in the sandcastle, and they're like starting to get good at it. Maybe they have moments of frustration with their abilities, but you're encouraging, you're doing some level of mentorship, and now you feel like you're approaching peers, okay? So you're building the sandcastle, and then some of their homies walk down the beach and they're like, man, sandcastles are not cool, and they stomp the whole fucking thing to go hang out with the cool kids, to be socially cool again. And I'm like, I hate this. And this is something that does happen, where it's like you have somebody who's learned that this is a way to get motivation and to feel good about life, right? And they're doing it. And then all it takes is a couple of ding dongs saying, this is cool now. And they're like, oh, it's cool to kick sandcastles? Watch this. Look at this sandcastle. Man, somebody put a lot of work into that, right? What a loser. And they kick the damn thing to be socially accepted and then to get that trophy, and they're off to the races again, so to speak. So what do you do with that?
I hear that. And something that I've been thinking about is like, when does it even make sense to collab, and like how to collab and how to do it in ways where now, like, ideally, I would love to build like really interwoven stuff that's taking into account everyone's ideas, like at the most granular levels. But that also makes it really easy for them to stomp stuff.
Not all ideas are good.
So kind of like,
that's the problem. So you need to have a standard, right? They have to be good enough at doing the thing. And if they're not, they won't have the same level of contribution. They need to just accept that, because then what they'll do is say, but do you know who I am? And they'll play that game. Do you see what I'm saying here? So that's the problem you're going to hit. As soon as they go into like, well, but I think it's more fun to build cooler, bigger things. Therefore, I'm Donald Trump and I should be the president of the United States. They have no interest in the actual job or doing. They just think, oh, this is starting to get positive attention. I need to use this other thing that I'm good at, which is telling people I'm a high ranking person. Therefore, I need to contribute. The people that should be contributing are the ones that are good at it and know something and have a good model, and their theories and thinking is at all like relevant to what's already been done. So that,
Yeah.
that's your problem there too.
What's interesting too is I've had this happen just recently. I love collaboration because I'm an artist who mostly does collaboration in specifics. And I'll meet people, and there was this one instance with this one person, and I'm like, we could work so well together. And they get intimidated. So they first get intimidated about it, and then they try to belittle me on my own special interest. And I don't know if that's something that you've gone through as well, where it's like, this is like the destroying of the sandcastle. It's like, we could have built a really cool sandcastle, but they're so intimidated, and they're also in this social construct of things where they're like, let me just destroy that sandcastle because you know way too much.
Yeah,
and I can't be affiliated with you at this point.
They want to perceive themselves as more intelligent than you, I think, as well. And they're like, well, I have social intelligence and you don't. Ha, this is what really matters in life. And then they're like, oh, I'm so jaded and so cool. I know what really matters. It's about playing the game. It's about, you know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, I'm very manipulative. Ha. I'm like, all right, cool. You're gonna sell people a bunch of snake oil your whole fucking life. What do you want me to do?
I'm sure you've been through this with music. I'm sure
Yeah,
you've been through this
100%,
with music quite
100%.
often.
Yeah. No, it's
And
incredibly
especially
frustrating.
being a woman. I mean, on top of having a special interest, being a woman is also very it doubles down on it almost.
Yeah,
it's like
threatening.
I have a special interest in art, and then I'll see, other people identify as men. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, you're so good at this. I love that. Let's build something together. And they're like, no. No. It's happened to me so much times through my career. And then they usually tend to come back and be like, wow, you're so good. And I was calling you cringe like a year ago because I felt like we couldn't work together because socially that would be just wrong to do, which was so confusing to me. Like every time I get into an argument with someone, it's not even an argument, it's just a discussion, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, oh my gosh, you'd be so cool for this project or like this thing specifically. And I'm genuinely, my special interest is finding, it's like, I want to include people in that because I'm going to info dump.
Yeah.
That's why I work so well with my art team, because I can info dump all day, and like they're used to it because they're on my team. So they're not, it's not different.
Yeah.
But when people aren't used to that, or they're not really in it for that purpose, then all of a sudden it becomes like I'm belittling them. And so therefore they need to belittle me because socially this doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Like, so I have to, especially the genre that I'm in, right? And why my history, I'll tell you one thing. First off, men that battle me, the very rare times that I've gotten to battle women, their insults are much more accurate and they're funnier, for one. The men, no. Even when they're trying to pin me, I'm like, that's not what I am, that's not what I am. What they're telling me is how they think I would be perceived by the people who listen to their music. They're telling me why I would be considered less legitimate than them. And they're telling me that their whole thing is about them using a foil to make themselves look even more this other thing, right? Using me as like the antithesis to them. I'm like, nope, I'm not that. I'm not that. I'm not that. I'm also not that. Wrong. I'm here. It's just, so I have to deal with that. So I don't even, as soon as I get dismissed by someone, I'm out. Because I know what they really want. They want to use a person who's weird, either for social credit when it's cool, or they'll code switch right away and use it as someone to shit on to show that they know who to shit on. I don't do that, you know, and I'll tell you the reason why. Because if any of that shit succeeds, you know who sees it? Little autistic girls getting shit on by a grown adult ass man, like a woman, one of the few representatives that might make it out there. I am absolutely not having that happen. And I had somebody put me in that situation. I was so fucking pissed off. It was like a written battle, was a mess. And I was like, y'all don't know how important this is. Little autistic girls are absolutely going to look at me and say, why does that person, even if they're not diagnosed, why does that person make me feel like I can exist in the world? And if you then use that person to say you are socially inferior, I'm better and smarter than you no matter what you do, fuck you. I am not standing next to that. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I know you're really passionate about it, because I know I that's why I resonate with you a lot, Jane, because the social circles we're in are somewhat similar. And so I totally understand, especially I'm transferring my poetry into rap, and I'm learning music now.
Oh, come over here. Let's go make stuff.
I'm coming. I really want to do ciphers one day. I wanted to do 3 years ago. When we first met, I was about to do ciphers, but I wasn't ready, because poetry I need to be more structured. So I'm now learning how to be more structured. But I totally feel you with all of that. And especially, I'm sure in the cipher world, oh my gosh, I know you've always been so good at it, but you're good at watching people, because that's what you do on a daily basis. And so I know that the men who go up against you don't have much of that diction that you have and that observance. And so they try to belittle you because they feel very small. Because this is your special interest. This is what you do. You're into words and you're into all of these things. And you're not there. Obviously, with ciphers, you're there to roast people, but there's a very particular way that is acceptable versus putting people down for the same thing over and over again, which I'm sure they do.
That's what, they're very predictable. And I also get, this is the funny thing, they change based on what's currently cool. So what's trending on TikTok, they'll change for that. So I can use them as a little microcosm of the society. That's how interested they really are in seeming like they're at the top of some, hill that they're going to be the king of, right? So it's like, it's fascinating, because I'm like, man, if I was a psychologist, I could like read your whole story out to you, your life story right now, because you're telling way more than you think you are about how much you need to be approved by other people, how much you really care about like changing whatever is your true essential self into whatever people say it should be. Like, so I'm not bothered in a way that they definitely are bothered, right? And so it's fascinating, because I watch that so many times, and I'm in an environment where I'm at a huge disadvantage because there's lights, there's sounds, I can't look up, or I can't process what they're saying. I don't process everything that they're saying. I can't. And I'm still beating them. So I was like, you don't even know what's really up here. They're holding themselves back, because the more they do that, the more I practice, the more I watch, they're telling me what their homeboys are going to say. They're telling me what everyone's going to be saying. They're basically, making this like autistic person versus holistic person skills. And I'm like, I mean, I think you're going to ultimately lose, but what was that? Like, it's so weird. And I get frustrated with myself when I don't perform well.
When you do win. Yeah, they don't respect you either when you do win.
Oh no, of course not.
They're like, good game. And they're just like, get away from me.
Yeah, no, I mean, and when people,
I'm like, you just gotta get over it, man. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're okay.
Yeah, this didn't take anything away from your social status, because I'm like a non sequitur type of like, I don't count. And like, oh gosh, there's something I want to say. Give me a second to think, because I was like, man, what was it? What was it? Also, did my headset just eat shit? It might have. Can I hear you guys? Hold on, I'm going to turn my headset back on.
Jane, can you hear us?
Oh wait, no, I can't. Yes, I can. I can.
Can see if you could hear.
Thank you. I thought it clicked out too. Oh gosh, there's something about this that I really wanted to get on. It's so specific. because a lot of people are like they're pretty nice to me, but it's just weird what they come up with. Oh, I know what it is. So Roblox is like my new like weird fascination where like, oh my god, this is so weird, because they started doing like, they're not just those weird Lego things anymore. They have like full on avatars of all kinds of different like proportions, and it's fascinating. So I'm running around seeing what the kids are doing, right? And they have these stupid like rap battle things games, and they're just so badly designed. And the Roblox tags, the hashtag things that you're not supposed to say, so you really can't say anything. Like, it's so limiting that like you can't even do anything. Okay, so but my avatar thing looks like my special interest vomited out an avatar. And like the guys, the amount of people that just leave, they abort. So they forfeit. They just like log off because they don't know what to fucking do.
That's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, but I think
was that the thing you wanted to say?
Well, that was, yeah, that's the thing I want to say. And also, like, I feel like there's some dudes where you can see them having like a nervous. Kyle's talked about this. You can see them having like some sort of a nervous breakdown on the stage because they just want to like nope out of reality right now. Like, they're like, they don't want to deal with what's happening, and they don't want to have to come up with something to say back to me or to me. And I just watch. It's so interesting because like they're just like, you know. They don't have backup. If they have backup of people saying like, yeah, she's stupid and she's this and that and whatever, then they can pretend that any of their insults fucking landed, instead of them looking like, you know what I mean, looking like a socially I'll finish my very long rant, like a socially neurotic, weak person in terms of like identity, like they have a weak sense of self, right? That's what it actually be looking like. I'll say one thing. I said this on Threads, and I like it. It's my new quote. If you talk about anything that misogynists have an opinion about, basically in any sort of public setting, online forum, whatever, just remember misogynists are like flies. They show up when they're not wanted, only to eat shit.
That's funny.
That's funny.
I usually like, especially with I think roasting behavior, what I typically do too is I point out things, but I don't say it exactly how. It's like I'll ask questions. I'll be like, that's an interesting, like there was a girl I kind of like to be like a little bit pokey, but there was a girl being very racist on Instagram, and I looked at her Etsy page, and it was basically copy and paste liner, and I just will say something soft like, it's really interesting, your Etsy page looks like you. And like I kind of just like in terms of cipher, and I feel like ciphering like in that way is, you know, it's just pinpointing observational things, I feel like, is what you do. Jane, is that true?
Yes.
Do you do stuff like that where it's more observational rather than you suck? Because I know a lot of cipher guys are just like, you're an idiot, and you're like, okay, but where?
But where though? Yeah, where's it? Yeah. I get a lot of accusations of being fake or something, and then I keep like having to repeat like, I'm literally all the things that they're not. I'm like, do you want to go? Like yesterday, motherfucker tried to call me a gentrifier, and I'm like, dude, I've been here for 4 generations for San Francisco. Gentrifying how? I've been here longer. My family's been like, and then he started doing some other shit instead, and tried to do like the like, worst people, you're a bad person. And then I just was like, okay, cool that you're going off. My relatives died in the Holocaust. Do I win now? Like, just like, like, so yeah. But point being is like, yeah, no, people, you know, they're pulling status games, right? And it's regardless. Yeah.
This is, I feel like we're not meaning to be. I think because in ciphering, it's very roasty. We're not meaning to be mean. I'm like, it probably sounds, but this is just how it is.
Yeah.
The cipher world. It's not like real life.
No, it's like
actually.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll say like so last night I knew one of the people, right? And his name is Larry. So I said, like, because if people know who he is, which most people wouldn't, but if they did, I said, like, my first line was like, yeah, you know, in that last battle you were kind of scary, but you look like every guy with the name Larry, because like he does. right? And then I said, like, God, what did I say? You look like you're trying to look nice too in your sweatsuit from 2002, and like, um what was it? Something, something, something. Oh man, I wish I something else, something about being pleasant or something. You look like your outfit is a Christmas present, and just like all that shit, right? So it's like right. So people are like, oh, that's fucking hilarious, because it was less, yeah, but also I didn't think of that myself.
Yeah, yeah. We're just saying, I think they got off topic, but I was just making sure Enigma knew, like, we're not talking smack at people.
Oh no,
Poorly.
I actually, yeah, this is really interesting for me because it's kind of an extreme example of something that I see elsewhere, like in tech, for example. So like in the San Francisco startup scene, like there is social pressure to like, and like in like San Francisco in general, there's like this social pressure to act like you're cool with everyone and you're like accepting and not judging, and also that you're intellectual and really want to understand the truth about stuff. But then I keep going to these spaces which they're advertised like they're skill building or like building shit. And then I go there and it feels like pretty fratty, or like they're just talking like career development groups where I'm like, I really want to learn how to do this skill better, and everyone's just talking about how to like play the game, or like how to pass an interview without, and I'm thinking, well, even if I can pass these interviews, I'm not going to know how to do the job. So maybe like what I would rather do is learn how to do the job well,
Yep.
and then get a job at like not a cool place and develop my skill even more, and then maybe 5 years from now, like one of my dream places might want to hire me. Because I just like know that if I try to play this playing the game approach to get in the door, then like I'm gonna struggle and be depressed like month
Yeah.
2 of the job. I see that's what my friends are running into, even the not autistic ones.
Yeah.
Because
the structure is,
then
yeah.
there's one,
Yeah. The structure
yeah,
just makes
and then
that.
there's yeah, then like I've also run into the people saying like other people would judge you for this thing. But I'm like, but why is that relevant to our conversation? And this, I'm like, I'm openly neurodivergent. Like, why, And then I'll like be taking notes or something, and they'll be like, oh, like people would judge you for that. I'm like, well, one, but I'm like openly saying I'm different, so why does that matter? But I do get the sense that like sometimes it does bother them a little bit. Like, okay, maybe I was, really focused on taking notes in that moment to the point where like they felt like I wasn't present. Like maybe, okay, that did need to be a conversation between the two of us. Like, okay, maybe I'll, be not missing the social cues from you as much if you don't talk so fast that I have to take so many notes. Like, can we like compromise here? But because they framed it in terms of other people will judge you, I just like threw that comment out the window and questioned whether I should be judging them for saying that. But then I'm seeing like maybe they say that as a way to like gain cred, because if they just said that something was bothering them, then they probably know that they would hear, well, I need to do this for myself because of this, and then like, okay, then we need to dig a level deeper to like figure out how can we make this situation work for us, because it is just a clash between two people. But if they can, pull in this social cred and be like, everyone would judge you, but they're cool with me, so let's just do things my way.
This is the perfect example. Like you connected the dots with the ciphering very well. It's very similar. It's the in the societal way. Because it's kind of like, well, you don't know how to do this. You already told me, but then I'm still gonna say that, this isn't right for you, but without assisting you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you're in the tech world, Enigma?
Yeah, and I
How
also
is
write
that for
news stuff.
you? I'm just curious because I
Oh.
know for me when I meet, I was in the marina for a while and all this
Mhm.
stuff. I just could not. I could not connect in any form because of holistic processing versus not. So I'm curious how it is for you
Hmm.
when dealing.
Okay. I am very curious about your experience because, like, so tech, it was advertised as this place for, like, quote unquote weirdos. And like, I feel like it used to somewhat be, at least, because coding, like, well, initially it used to be like so niche that so few people knew how to do it, that at least what I hear now, I wasn't alive and working age back then to know, but I hear that it used to be such a niche thing that people had to, like, bond together and figure their social shit out to get stuff done for the field to survive, which is the case with any, like, truly new field. And there have been, like, some new subfields within tech where I'll feel like whatever the new thing is, I'll feel like, ooh, maybe this can be for me. Sometimes, not all the time, like if it's based on something that I'm bad at, but a good chunk of the time. And then a couple years later, I'll feel like it's gone in this direction where it's become all about this holistic social signaling, because it's this place that's known to have money, and like a lot of people see it as this way out of poverty, basically. And they see, like, the social game is the only thing where there's so many people advertising, like, just pay me a few hundred or a few $1,000s and I'll teach you how to play the game. But it's so hard to find people willing to, like, teach how to learn the skills. So I feel like I had a friend who was explaining this, where she was just like, well, all the finance bros who just wanted to make money, they're like coming into tech now. And
I
so
watched it
it's becoming
happen.
like, oh man. But yeah, I'm very curious, like, what kind of holistic social unworkable stuff you're both seeing in this sphere, because like I've been working with this coach who works with autistic people, who's been telling me like all this stuff is talks about tech, but I'm like, but what about everywhere else? Like, I know people complain about capitalism in general, but I'm getting to this point where I'm like, have I like extra missed out on learning about how social things in the world work? Like, am I at the point of overthinking, like, am I over perceiving how much global configurational is required for engaging with people in general, to the point where I feel the need to just like disengage completely? Because like, I'm told that in tech, like, it's open minded and you don't have to worry about that as much. But then my, like, how I learn interviews work and how there's so much you're supposed to be reading between the lines, I'm like, is it that bad elsewhere? Like, how do I go, to autism support groups, and the people who aren't in tech don't seem to be running into these multi-dimensional struggles that I'm running into? Like, they're still running into struggles, but like, oh, yeah, yeah, I'm reading, like, everything you're seeing, Jane, and yeah, I feel like I'm just caught in this clusterfuck. But yeah, I'd love to hear, like, your perspectives on it from the outside,
Mhm.
because I find that helpful for, like, making sense of it.
Yeah, I don't from so I've never been in the tech world, but everybody that I've met whose special interest is not coding, because and with engineers, probably a lot of
Mm,
there's probably a lot of autistics who like going into that. But I think,
mhm,
like you're talking about the popularity thing, what I've noticed when I've talked to people who kind of went into it for, if it was for the money or the social status, situation, I really struggle having conversation with them and resonance in any form. Even like I'll do my best, because with people I love hearing about them, because I'm very self-aware when I info dump, because I can get into it. So I'll do my best to ask people about their interests. And when I do ask tech people, and it's not everybody obviously, but they tend to not even be able to delve into what they're working on. I don't know if that makes sense.
They use
like, for instance,
buzzwords.
they'll say
Yes.
they're a coder, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool, you're a coder. So I don't know much about coding, but if you just explain it to me, go ahead and explain it. I would love to hear more. And they're like, no.
Oh yeah, they're like.
And it's not because they don't want to say, they just don't. I don't think they're very. They're there to do A plus B equals C.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yep. Yep.
And that's how it is with tech, at least from what I've experienced when people in the lingerie store come through.
Yep.
I'll give them, I usually am very aware of how I'm speaking and everything. And I'll usually tell people compliments, or I'll get into conversation with them. And for some reason, they always think I have an ulterior motive. And it happens to be tech people. It's really interesting. I'm like, no, I don't even get commission. You know, like I don't care. I'm just asking you about your field, or I'm asking about this, and they tend to be, then they get rude and standoffish with me because they think I'm trying to do something. So that's my experience.
I hear all of that. Because yeah, like a lot of people in tech, there are a lot of people are trying to find work or trying to get into certain circles, including like there was someone who was telling me like when I'm getting a haircut, I should be like explaining what I do for a living and seeing if they know anyone. And I'm like, one, when I'm getting a haircut, I want to make sure my hair looks good. And two, like I don't think they want to hear it. Like I'd rather, know like what movies have they been into or something. But yeah, like there's so much of that to basically where the dynamic we were talking about of like people, seeing us as like show horses and trying to like get a fast epiphany out of us. Like people are doing that to them constantly, like because they're in the capital of tech. Similar to like artists in LA, like what I've heard, I know less about that, but I hear it's kind of like similar, or like in some New York scenes, like anywhere you're like in the circle that's like doing a thing, it's like you never know when someone has an ulterior motive. And then to make it worse, when I'll try like to be genuine, and there are like a lot of people trying to do this and like trying to have other conversations that are more doing as building, but the ulterior motives have gotten so common that a lot of doing as arriving people pose as doing as building to stand out. And then people think that's what I'm doing. And then I'd be like, oh, I'm going to try to go like a level deeper of doing as building. But it gets impossible at a certain point. I do think that the coming up with a one pager of what I stand for might help. But still, it's like I can't like traumatize people from being burned before if they're not willing to give me a chance. And if they just want to be closed off to everyone, honestly, that's doing me a favor if they walk away compared to if they like string me along, which I also see a lot, because who knows who's gonna be rich someday, and I sound smart.
Yeah, I think so. But I also think that that's the play too, is what are they getting out from me? But it's interesting, as us we're talking about, we're just genuinely asking so that we can understand another person. Because I think with disabilities, people who have disability tend to be more understanding of other people, even if they don't understand their disability. So they're more, I feel like they're more hyper aware of that. So we want to make people feel comfortable. Because we're not comfortable a lot.
Yeah, and it's really sad when people like try to perceive like some kind of motive or like take advantage of that. And like I emailed
You know,
someone who I met at a panel.
oh, wait.
Yeah, and he looked like he was just very into like learning about things for its own sake and like doing his building. And so I emailed him like, well, we had a brief exchange where I like made a point about something that he said instead of being like, I'm awesome, let's connect, you know. And then he was like, oh, intersectionality, a lot of our users have disabilities, let's talk about that. But I also like knowing the scene, like I knew that knowing how busy he is, he's probably not down to chat just based on that. Like maybe I was wrong there. So I emailed him like saying that you know, I'm interested, I'd love to chat about that, and I'm interested in a lot of other things he was doing. Like maybe that email might have been confusing, but then he was like, how would you like to engage? Are you looking for a job? And I'm like, I mean, yes, but also like I thought it was really cool that you want to help people with disabilities and like all this other stuff you're looking into. Yeah.
Mhm. Um, I have a question that I want to ask you,
Mm.
Jane, or even Enigma, and this is a, I don't know, I'm in my most compassionate way. Just I don't know how to phrase it. So I just was curious, and this is like a complete change of topic, but I was having some interesting talks with some people. And it's when people come up to you and they you know, they're resonating with autism or with anything there's correlation to, and they don't necessarily, I'm just going to say it, and then if I'm just being compassionate, but they don't necessarily delve into what it means to be autistic for their exploration journey, but then they state that they are, but they're using it as, oh, this makes me really cute and quirky. Do you, how do you go about talking to people, or what is your perspective of that,
Okay,
Jane?
my perspective on it so far. One time, if they're being more respectful, so far, the monotropism is something that I just started doing, and I'm like,
Uh-huh.
I think that's useful. And if there is any legitimacy to it, that's probably it. If you're like, okay, this person really isn't clocking as autistic whatsoever. And honestly, now that I've had more experience, like not just talking to myself,
Mhm.
unmasked, I just autism all over them and see if they can keep up. And usually they just like fuck off. Like honestly, like
That's usually what happens to me. That's, I didn't, because I don't want to devalue anybody's experiences, but people have come up to me, but then they use autism as I'm quirky and cute versus, oh yeah, I'm struggling with these things, or oh yeah, I've delved into it,
yeah,
on top of me being like, oh yeah, well, I really struggle with crying on the ground and my skin touching each other. Like
yeah.
I hate that. And they're like, oh no, that's not me, but I'm pretty sure I'm autistic. And I don't want to devalue their experience, but also at the same time, I don't know where the line is
I
on that.
I think honestly, in my opinion, because it so often can be an holistic person using our neurological how do I put this? I mean, it is a disability as well as like it's a difference. It's a difference and a disability, but we have a material difference in our brain that is currently being exchanged as social currency,
Mm-hmm.
which is very insulting for obvious reasons, but they may not be aware that that's what's happening. But the fact that that social currency system is exactly what we're disabled at, I'm like, that should be a really big clue that you probably don't have autism, but you may have something else.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's important. So if I find that it's, like overall something where I want to make sure I'm being kind to this person, because that's a worthwhile thing to do whenever we can. I will talk about like the importance of psychological literacy and the value of, using tools that work for you. I think that's mostly what I've defaulted to, is like, oh, well, that's, you know, if you're using the tools that autistic people use and you have improvement, that's really important. Or you may try using other tools too. I get some tools from other conditions that I may find useful. We're in the Wild West. We're pioneers of learning what tools we need, because since this is a disability, we need to have accommodations, and we're not. I honestly have started saying we're not covered by the ADA. I'll go into that conversation, and that makes people feel like they can contribute positively. As far as I can tell, like, it seems like that's not a huge problem. But I also in my opinion, like, I do not worry about turn taking anymore. I'm like, well, fuck it, let's go then. It's go time. You have autism, okay? Turn taking's gone, not on the table. Right?
Yeah, I've done that unconsciously, and you can visibly see the discomfort.
Yep.
But I just really wanted to ask, and it's such a sensitive topic because, you know, everybody has their own tool setting, and I do say that too. I'm like, well, if the tools are working for you, I'm really glad they are then.
Yeah, because you are. And more people should have those tools, and I'd love to know how many people they work for besides us, because that will change, like, the motivation for everyone to, you know, create new ways of being a person and being an adult and learning, and you know what I mean, like the interaction can be one that motivates that. My concern is and I think this is where I get kind of defensive and a little bit more willing to be in their face, is the fact that they do have social skills and they may decide they should be the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm listening to you. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm resonating with things.
Something that I'm very worried about, and also why I've, like, put my neurodivergent startup community pretty much on the back burner for, like, coming up on a year now, is that since, like, I started getting into these dynamics, like, end of last year, as we grew too fast initially, which that was a mistake, but, like, you know, on the tail end of that, and then as we were trying to, like, slow it down, and then I really started seeing, like, the ugly head of these dynamics early this year, and, like, I had a whole trauma cycle because of that. But anyway, like, I've been seeing that a good chunk of the people, like, you know, about half, for example, like, the Chicago tech scene is kind of a little microcosm that's a lot smaller than the San Francisco one. And I split my time, by the way. And so it's given me this kind of, you know, it's small enough where I can, like, kind of see demographic data. And, like, about half the people who are, like, quote unquote building community in that scene are neurodivergent, either publicly or semi-publicly or closeted. And if they are public, it's largely, like, talking about it in a way for clout. And then I've been dismissed by these people when I brought up ways that I was feeling unsafe in things that they were building, which also apply to larger demographics, you know, like queer folks, women, etc. Or, like, just how I was not able to make sense of their communication because of my neurodivergence, which, like, I didn't do it in the best way. I was still, you know, like, early in that journey, but I've seen similar results, you know, going from, like, being very early in that journey to, like, I made some big strides, you know, like, with a couple months, and still ran into similar results because they would put me through, like, such a social maze where, like, they're completely controlling the conversation and I can't do anything. And they would like be jumping on this neurodiversity buzzword and like trying to be the spokespeople. And I'm like to the point where this has like impacted my mental health to the point where I'm like considering whether to take a step back. But I do also feel like, and I know like this may just be an unhealthy belief, but because I know that if I've been able to get to this point of some credibility now, even if it, erodes, I can get it back. If I was able to get this far in a year, smarter me can probably get back within 3 months. But still, it's just the knowing that these people can run off with my scanned castle if I step down, being
And that we're going to
open
self-exclude.
that
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
And they'll like be the spokesperson and talk about neurodivergence like it's this cute, quirky thing.
Mhm.
And that
Yes.
people with money should invest in the token quote unquote autistic people who don't have needs, which often comes from just being either really privileged or
Mhm.
really manipulative to
Yeah.
the point where they can get by without having their needs met, or just like, oh, I don't have a need for food, well, I'm just gonna grab Jane's food. Like the people who operate like that.
And there's some conflation with autism and other conditions that have much higher problems of antisociality. So they're conflating that, which is a big problem. And so like even the people that like maybe they have some traits and aspects that are resembling autism, it's not coming from the same neurological structure. Like there's enough of a distinction that like we need to ask questions about using umbrella terms, right? Like how disturbing is it to be lumped in with somebody who has a psychopathic behavior towards other people? That's really scary, and that's happening too. Not that that person who's psychopathic should be considered evil, but that I am glad I don't have psychopathy, right? And I need it to be very clear that that's not what you're looking at when you look at an autistic person. You're not looking at a psychopath. So like the problem is they're teaching people what to think of when they see us, in addition to what we actually need is our disabilities meaningfully, materially addressed by our societies. And again, any legislation that exists needs to actually address our disability, which it currently doesn't. So it's very frustrating because it's like we don't need hugs from people, and we don't need people being like, man, your disability is really hard and we feel sad about that. I'm like, I guess I could feel sad about it. I guess sometimes I do, but I've never not known it, so I don't know what you're talking about. To say like, man, wouldn't it be nice if you were like me? I'm like, maybe not, because you never helped me. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe it wouldn't be nice to be not autistic, because I wouldn't help autistic people then, would I? So that's what I'm saying, is like if somebody isn't autistic, it's very difficult for them to have any understanding of what we need help with, because the disability is already extremely confusing. Not that the model isn't possible for humans to have, that makes what we need as obvious as what the congenitally blind person might need. You're going to be better guessing that for obvious reasons, but it's not there intuitively. And these individuals wanting to go into this space also will not be bullied the way that we are, will not, you see what I'm saying? So it's very, very deeply unfair, and I don't know what to do about it, because I also think that some of the people doing this behavior will be extremely motivated to be vicious and sadistic to the person that goes up and says, hey, this is really weird, and that's not our disability, that's something else. And please, for the love of, like you can't be like, I like autistic people. I'm like, no, I think you like psychopaths, which, like, more power to you. You get to be an advocate for psychopaths. That's a big burden, but you haven't been an autistic advocate. Okay. So let's just reboot the whole thing. Because for me, what was heartbreaking was I got my diagnosis. I knew kind of I probably was for like 10 years before I was like, fuck it, I need to get a proper diagnosis, because my brain wasn't letting me settle. So I was able to get it, and I did it. Okay. So I thought, oh, they want to hear from us. And then I realized, Oh, no, they don't want to hear from
No.
us. They want to think that they want to hear from us. And that can be accomplished by people with social skills much faster than actually hearing from us because we are socially impaired. So that's what's happening.
I was gonna ask too, slightly, what do I say if a person who's like this is a friend of mine? Because they are my friend and I do enjoy them. What do I say to them, if I'm, because like for instance, one day I don't necessarily bring up the autism, conversation unless it's like I'm struggling with this conversation. Like this morning I had to tell someone I don't like texting. I can't hear inflection. You have to call me because I don't have that ability. I don't have the ability to understand you. So I typically bring up in these situations or if we're in these types of group settings. But with them, one of the examples is I forgot what they had said, but it was something like, "Oh, we're so artistic. I mean, we're so artistic, like artists, not autistic. We're so artistic. We're such autistic girlies."
Ooh.
And,
Ooh,
and
that burns on so
I
many
did
levels.
not. Yes, I was so uncomfortable with that statement because they had come up to me before and they had said, "Hey, look, I wanted to talk to you." And they said, "I resonate with a lot of things you say, and like some of the things you say or whatnot. I don't know if I'm autistic." And I just sat down with them. I said, "Look, here's a list of websites you can go to. Here's research you can research. Here's all of the stuff you can do."
Yep.
And I said, "If you think you are, that's on a good path to figuring out what you are." That's what I always say, because it may not be autism, but I always tell people, if the tools you're using are in line, go ahead and use the tools that you can. If you really want to delve into autism specifically, really do your research on it or go explore. And here's all the list of things to explore. This person did not do any of that. And then they've been using autism as per the example I presented. And it makes me very uncomfortable as a person
Yeah.
because I don't like, I understand in other people's autistic eyes, I am quirky. You could say I do have cutesy tendencies, but I'm not saying that as my autistic diagnosis in that way.
Yes.
So I'm just curious how you would tell a friend, I dearly do love this person, but it makes me very uncomfortable to hear these things from their mouth because they feel comfortable saying that.
Just for my better context, can I ask how long you've known them and just generally how you met?
Yeah, so I've known them for 6 months now.
Okay.
And so they're they, them, femme, trans. They are an artistic, they do art in my art studio and we hang out quite often. So that's and they really love me. They super enjoy me. They come into my art studio to talk and stuff like that. So that's kind of the picture or all that I can describe of them, I guess.
Okay. And for this is going to be very important, and I know in the cultural context this isn't seen as important. So when you say they're trans femme, are they male?
Yeah, they're male transition. Yes.
Okay, so I don't think they can understand how painful it is to be like, "Oh, we're autistic girlies," when they don't know what it's like to be rejected by girls growing up. Okay, so there's a big fucking they're like, "I'm being included in a girl thing," and I'm like, so that's not what happens to autistic little girls. We don't get included in the girl thing, and if we do, they turn on us in a really mean way at times. Maybe not every girl does, but there can be some really bad problems there because we're not understanding the group dynamics, and we have some really painful memories. So that's not awesome. for them to be like, I need to feel included because of my transition in this thing that I imagined you went through. And that kind of says, it reads as not great. I don't know what's up other than that, but that's already a big fucking problem where it's like, do you know how many autistic girls and women are still not talking about our experiences because we still aren't able to be prioritized. So there's a problem there that I'm just gonna lay out is that I hear immediately, right? Where I'm like, oh no. But the other thing too is that you don't know them for very long. They might have other sides to them that you don't know about. They may be playing a side with you that feels good to play with. And that also happens to us when we haven't known people for very long. I think that's part of the problem with us in dating is people like they want to try on an outfit of a personality that they see us as being able to participate in with them. And they don't it's invalidating to who you really are underneath it because you're not that. You know, like the idea of calling a woman of your intellect an autistic girly is like really gross if I'm being blatantly honest. Like I can understand us saying that if we were being completely sarcastic to the point of like basically sending off everything that has put us into a smaller and smaller and smaller box and then tell us, seal the box with shut up tape. So I could get that, but it reads so insensitive and also that's like hitting me really, really wrong. So I wonder if
well, that's why I wanted to, it's a very sensitive topic, but I wanted to bring it up because I don't like judging people.
No, of course not.
I do enjoy this person a lot. And so that's why it's hard for me to be like, well, I'm not going to go say, well, no, you're not, because I don't want to say that to anybody because I did my own self-exploration.
Yeah.
But I think it's also mixed with what you were saying and the fact that there's no research done, no ideation of it, nothing at all. And then it made me so uncomfortable when they were using quirky and cute as a I don't know what the word is called, but as a main marker for autism.
Yeah.
It just makes me very uncomfortable, but I don't know how to bring this up to this person to engage with that.
I'm concerned about this also. So can you imagine if there was some granted, like we've known each other for longer, but at possibly greater distance. But like if you had something that you needed to tell me about, there may be some like cultural reason why there's a barricade to bringing it up. However, I don't think you would anticipate me having some sort of negative backlash or appraisal of you for doing so. I should hope not. And I think that's important because like the sensitivity of trying to bring this up is a little bit also like reading to me as like maybe they're giving off vibes of really, really not understanding autism and the fact that you do need to bring this up because this is getting more and more confusing. And like that's not great because the expectations of what they want from you, you're not going to be able to meet them pretty damn soon because they're setting you up.
I'm not.
Right?
I know exactly.
Right? They're like, you're playing the game with me, right? I'm like, no. Yeah. No, I completely understand this. And they're kind of like in like a very culturally recognized as marginalized position, even though to be really fucking honest, we're in a culturally not recognized marginalized position because we need ADA supports and we don't have it. Like that's a big ass deal that nobody realizes that. So like you're positioned possibly in a hierarchy in a position where you can be punched down and it looks like punching up. Does that make sense? So there's a little bit of a threat there, and I think that's just underneath the surface and needs to be brought out, even though our society's like horrible at it. But like, what did I want to say? Oh, this is so dense. Thank you for bringing this up because I like thinking about this kind of a problem. I'm sorry to hear that you're dealing with it because like I can imagine. Oh yes, I got it. So the cutesy thing, right? So are they bringing up or using or utilizing aesthetics from specific like childhood oriented? Okay.
Yeah. They're very fashionable and everything, but they're utilizing they're utilizing it as this is autism. And I mean, you enjoy like I think you've seen you showcase your room and stuff, and I enjoy like Hello Kitty and whatnot. But I also am like, I'm not using as, oh, I'm so quirky and autistic. And it sounds cringy saying that. It's just, those are things that I have always,
You've
they're
always
like
liked it.
markers in
Yes, they're recursive. So this is okay. Thank you. That's where I want to go with this. So what I would say, like maybe as being like, oh, I'm part of this peer support group. I know that you also have special interests that you've retained from childhood. We had this really phenomenal discussion about how our special interests help us to make sense of the world because we return to them and again and again and again and again. And there's certain aesthetics that help me to know I'm good at recursion, right? So I think recursiveness is critical. So then when I see these special interest objects like Hello Kitty, I've always liked the way these figures look. And whenever somebody draws Hello Kitty's face wrong, I get like viscerally upset because the aesthetic is so specific. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you ruined it.
Yeah.
You ruined it. So yeah. So
I hate
right,
it.
right. So there's something about aspects of our childhood. We're basically telling ourselves we know where we are. This is a touchstone because we're missing all the global configurational information. So this is a really wonderful way to say, I've known where I am in some sense for a very long time. How good is that? It's comforting and soothing. It's not comforting and soothing because we're immature. It's comforting and soothing because we've been trying to figure out where the hell we are with a flashlight while everyone has the floodlight, right? So we have to do that. And we did do it successfully as children, and we revisit that success. That is us celebrating our success.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's confusing for other people, but I'm complete contradictions of myself, but I'm realizing what you're saying, they're anchors. Like, I'm very feminine, or like, I'm very like elegant. And so people see me as such until they see me at home and I'm wearing, like, I have a ton of, like, Hello Kitty is one of my things that I'm really attached to.
Yeah.
Like, I navigate to it all the time.
Yeah.
And so I own a lot of things that are Hello Kitty. And so people find it, they're like, oh, that's weird. You're very, like, different.
Also,
and I'm like, well,
go ahead. Actually, you finish your thought. I just had a really exciting thought, so I almost stopped. Okay,
go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
You have to make a Roblox character. You have to sink like $40 into Roblox so you can make a custom character, and you have to go with me. There's like 10 worlds. This lady's named Crafty Jackie, and she's a fucking genius, and I love her. I'm gonna post her YouTube so you can see these things.
Ooh,
you just run around in these kawaii worlds, and you just pick up fun objects the whole time. And like yesterday, I was gonna have a meltdown, and I got on the damn thing, and I was like, my little character was riding on a carousel, a pastel carousel, and I fucking lost my mind. I was just like, I'm fine now. Like, so anyway, so we should run around on it. Just aside. Okay.
I'll take a look. I'm like really into Shining Nikki.
I've
done like hundreds of dollars.
That's
because there's a
fair.
safe place. When I was younger, I used to do dress up games, and this was like, that's
Me
the
too.
one thing I've dumped so much money into, because it's just like such a safe space for me.
I did that with Everdream or whatever it is. Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's the difference versus what my friend is going back to that. And I think Enigma had said something about that, of like the idea of this is what I should say in the text. Is that what you were saying, Enigma?
So I like, you know, this person a lot better than me, so I'm like by no means telling you what to say or that like it's a good idea, but just like an idea to toss out there, like to take or leave, or you know, if you want to think through like how comfortable you might feel with that. So like, and I don't know, you know, this friend's like motivations, like what Jane said, you haven't known them like that long, and like you hang out more in a special interest context, and also the fact that they kind of use these stereotype kind of phrases, and it sounds like she probably doesn't understand like your deep needs. That makes it even harder. But I do know that like when I've said this kind of stuff, it has been like a filter where either people get into a dynamic of really trying to understand or they disengage. I just tell people like, I'm not interested in, you know, talking about like wherever you want to draw the line, whether it's about like, you know, quirky autism tropes or like whatever you want to call it, whatever language they might use, and that it brings up, you know, unpleasant thoughts or memories for me, and that like this is how, you know, I'm thinking about autism. It's in terms of needs, and so I'm down if you want to discuss it that way, but if you want to discuss it this other way, like I'm not the person to do that with. And I've had a lot of conversations like that with different people, and people who are really like interested in me like as a friend tend to be willing to figure out where to draw those boundaries and like what ways can we still engage. And people who are just looking for someone, anyone to validate whatever mask they're trying out or whatever, move on to other people. Usually, like, I find.
Yeah, I think it's a bit and this world is all about, I mean, this recent day and age is all about self-exploration and, you know, figuring out like there's more prominent queer things that people are starting to understand about themselves and all of this stuff. But I do think adding a title onto something without consideration does hurt the individuals that go through that in that way. So when it comes to autism too, my friend, she's very young, or they're very young, they're 20, 23. So and they've just recently been in transition, and so I think that I don't see malice because they're very kind to me about my diabetes and stuff and very considerate, but I think that they're figuring out their freedom of self-expression and therefore is adding on. So I do like what you said. I think that's a good point to make for someone, is kind of the context of need versus I don't know, but
I'd say tropes, but yeah, you could say whatever.
Yeah. I really appreciate that, and I really like this conversation with both of you. It's so helpful because it's been bothering me for so long. And
also, I think it's important for them to know that just because okay, oh man, this is so deep. So here's what I'll say. So let's say they're like, I want to fit in with girls, but I think that's a really high bar because I'm not sure if I am like stereotypically or like have the they just may think that they won't fit in, okay? So then picking out a girl that doesn't actually fit in and being like, I think I can hit you though. You're like, like, wait a second. Hold up, what are you saying to me? What are you saying to me? Like, yeah, it's very dense with like their own, and that's very sympathetic and compassionate, and I can understand what you're saying now. That makes a lot of sense for context. But also, like, you are a product of a neurodevelopmental difference that made it impossible for you to fit in with your peers.
That's right. Yes.
So then being like, I'm discovering myself, I'm like, that's amazing and a totally different thing than me. Thank you. Would you like to hear about my thing? Because like nobody does.
Nobody likes to hear. I'm like, they're like, what do you mean by autism? And I'm like, well, imagine you in a meltdown just on the floor naked because everything hurts and you don't want to touch anything. Have you ever been through that?
Yeah.
And they're like, that's a lot, and that's weird of you, Sterling. And I'm like, this is exactly
right.
You know, like especially with autistic people don't see me as autistic in any form. I'm really good at masking to a certain degree if I recognize pattern.
Yeah.
And so, you know, people tend to, whether, you know, with my friend, they didn't do it, but what does end up happening across the board is a autistic person will resonate. I post a lot about, you know, some autistic things, or if I see some meme here, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. The meltdown on the floor in a starfish position. I understand that. They'll go to me and be like, oh yeah, I've been overwhelmed before. And I'm like, oh yeah, me too. Like, I literally can't touch anything and I have to be in the bathroom with no sensory input.
Yeah.
And I have to do all this stuff, and they're like, "Oh, no, not like that. That's not
Right.
what I'm going through. That's strange. Why would you do that?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm autistic." And they'll be like, "No, you're not." And I'm
Uh-huh.
like, "Okay, I hate this."
That's
Oh,
yeah.
that's like
It's so often that this happens, but it's the way that I look, because they'll be like, "You look normal." And I'm like, "Well, thank you.
Right. Well,
That's a strange
it's
thing to
like
say."
do people okay. Okay, so this is why I like my model. Okay. We're basically like on the nice edge of not knowing where we are, like in a very like important foundational humans need to know this sort of way, and we're not knowing it like our whole lives, and
Mhm.
it is like not just like an existential problem, it's like a have money and a job problem. So
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? Like it's so if you explain to people, like, imagine if like at any given moment you could blip out of reality and enter into a black void with like maybe one thing that you know, if you search for it, that you can cling on to until the void goes away, like however
Mhm.
that would make you react, that's what our brains are kind of doing. And there's more to it. So like, for example, like my worst meltdowns, I have aspects where my brain is able to do the whole catatonic thing. So I have aspects of catatonia. I don't have enough that I would get a diagnosis of autism with catatonia, but we do know that like meltdowns look a little different from one person to another. And the
Mhm.
worse the meltdown, the more you see our differences from one another. But we're all at that point like put them into one of the padded cells level of what the fuck is happening right now, right? and and,
Yes.
and for
Yeah.
somebody to be like, I'm autistic, and I'm like, but you don't have to worry about being put in the padded cell because you're still
Mhm.
self-aware during your fucking meltdown. You just can no
Yeah.
longer control this thing.
Mhm. Mhm. Exactly. That's exactly when, and I think, I don't know if this is resonation for either of you, but I think it has to do with me looking normal, or they, whatever that in their world, not saying,
Mm-hmm.
that they're able to come up and be like, I resonate with that. And then me delving into it's like, oh no, I don't. But they want to. Maybe that's also what my friend is
Yes.
kind of going through as well, is like, oh, I resonate with you because you seem normal in
Yes.
whatever aspect that is.
Yes.
But I'm really not when I go into it. And when I have explained to them, oh yeah, I mean, if you've delved in, like, think about the canatonic issues, or
Mm-hmm.
whenever you don't have an anchor in a space, especially with me and you, Jane, going to events, and you going to events, and all of a sudden I have to know where everything is,
Yeah.
because it's just a void when I go to communal
Yes.
events. If I
Yes.
don't have an anchor,
Yeah.
I am not going to make it in within 30 minutes. It's
Mm-hmm.
not going
Mm-hmm.
to happen.
Right.
So
Yep.
when I explain this to people, they just give me a wide-eyed look, and they've also done this to me, where they give me a wide-eyed look because that's not their experience. But they come to me with it because I look a certain way,
Mm-hmm.
which what I've noticed.
Mm-hmm. 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 I think there's I don't have words for this, but there's like this idea of like being like the approachable autistic person,
Yes. Yeah.
right? And so they're like, oh, I like you. I need you to act exactly the way that you did when I liked you, right?
Mhm.
And I'm like, well, I
Mhm.
can't. I don't even know why you fucking like me, if I'm being honest. Like, I was like, I find my, right? Like, I was like, there's aspects of myself that I find likable, but I think a lot of it is me
Yeah.
just channeling out the things that I like in the world. Like, I try to be an expression of my
Yeah.
special interest, right? So I was like, oh, cool, you like my special interest, but I don't necessarily believe that people like deeply like me unless I've known them for a really long time and I'm like, okay, you get what the deal is. But I don't expect people to really get what the deal is until like years have gone by or they've had
Yes.
a lot of contact with me, and then I can be like, okay, whatever I am, you're like, okay, I like that thing. But it's not like I
That's
like that person. I'm like a thing, and like I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I'm a little bit of like, I'm so weird that I'm like, you're liking me on a superficial level is not a game that I can play, and it's about you. It's about what you wanted to get out of this, and I can't give that to you.
it's so true. It's so true with any type of friendship. Most of my friends, I'm I am pretty much masked with outside of some verbal things that I do. But it's because like I've done it before with good friends who I've known for years as well. I'll like test the waters and like be more open and info dump, and then they go, Sterling, that's like a lot of info, or that's too much, or like, what
Yeah.
are you doing? What are
Yeah.
you saying? And it sucks because it does take a long time. It's a very small group of people outside of my autistic friends. I have no issue with them at all. Like it's so much fun being with them because I can be, and they're not considering it to be about themselves. It's not about them, and they can be, and I'm not considering, myself inside of them. Like, and so it's so easy to talk to other autistic individuals because, and that's when I that's like the spidey sense thing is like, oh, there's something like, it makes so much sense and we're getting along. We may not like each other per se, but our communication is similar to the point where I'm like, oh, this feels normal. But with friends who are more realistic and they do love me, I still have to shut myself off like 70% to 60% because they really they can't do it. And I've been there and I've been hurt really bad because they don't know how to communicate with me when I'm in a situation, and then they disengage completely. So if I'm in a meltdown, I've had many friends tell me, that's making me so uncomfortable, Sterling, but I'm not able to process that even until later.
Yeah.
And it's just hard. So I've only had really 2 people in my life that I've been like 90%, and it's like so freeing in that way. But it does take years, and I can be vulnerable, and I know you're really vulnerable, Jane, but there's a difference between vulnerability, I feel like, and authenticity of oneself for the palpability of other people.
Yes.
So it makes a lot of sense. I resonated a lot today.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
With what you guys talked about. Yeah, it's always nice coming back after a while. I'm like, oh, my understandings and my people who can explain to me what I go through on a daily basis. I always forget, and then I'm like, that makes so much sense why I do that.
Well, it's like doing field research and then coming back to base camp and being like, what happened? Oh, this happened. And it's like, it's helpful for me too, because, well, I mean, I can't even begin. Like, there's a whole bunch of reasons why it's helpful. Like, I start to think about your observations and then transpose them over the things that I've been confused about or thinking about and just like stuck and couldn't work on it further. So it helps me to be able to make that process like and get back to what I enjoy doing, which is like analyzing and trying to make things better. But it's hard because I don't think, again, people know that we're working on that sandcastle. Like I'm like, and the trust that people have to give us to let us continue to work on the sandcastle when they're like, no, but I have this doing as a arriving need. I'm like, I know, but I didn't want it. I can't do that for you. I didn't want to. It's not that I mean I don't know how to want to do that because I don't.
Yeah.
I'm that disabled. It's not there. It's never going to be there. Can you sit here with the sandcastle with me, even if that's not your favorite thing to do, for a little while, please? Otherwise, I can't help but like resent somebody dragging me away from what I'm trying to do to participate in something that I'm so profoundly disabled at that it's just going to end very badly and they're going to be angry at me or upset with me. Or you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I always see it coming too. So I don't want to do it because I love people so much, and I'm like, oh, I want to learn about them. I want to be a part of them. And my special interest is how I'm perceived by other people. I mean, I practice speaking in the mirror every single moment of every day. I am conscious and hyper aware of how I walk, to my movements, to what I'm doing with my hands. So that's one of my special interests. It helps me as a model because I can see outside of myself because I'm so hyper fixated on it. But I'll see it somewhat coming and I don't want to believe it every time. And that's the hard part for me because I'm like, I know I've told them twice, and I have to remember, I'm like, I told them twice I don't like texting. and I need to call, and they continue doing the societal normalities instead of changing. And I'm like, but I want to believe that it's going to be different. And I don't know where my hope is with that, but and it's accepting the aloneness you feel with disability too, in certain social corners, I feel like, as well. I have to be very accepting of my aloneness. I don't know if you feel this way too, Enigma, as well, but I always feel like even in a room of people who know how to do photography or know how to do poetry or anything, I still feel alone because it's not the same as what my brain goes through. So like when I talk to you, Jane, you're very resonating with me because you're a writer, and you're on a very high level, and that's it's one of your special interests. And so I'm like, oh, it feels so nice and I feel so connected, but that doesn't happen but rarely, even in our fields of creative interest.
Yeah. Even when we try to and we realize nobody's doing it, we'd still be doing it alone, right? Well,
That's
also,
right. Yeah.
right. And that's bad because everybody else wants to say we're doing the thing, and I'm like, I think you're all just socializing. Have you noticed that? Like, it's like, so I'll be sat down having a problem and no one's helping me with the problem. So basically, if you know what I mean, we're gonna build it together, and I'm like, okay, oh, I made a mistake. Anyone want to help me? And nothing happens.
Yep.
I feel that so hard. Yeah, like part of why I chose software engineering as a career was because like I looked up this stat in like 2021 or something, and it was like close to a percentage of like 1% of the American population is software engineers. So I was like, I gotta find my people somewhere, and like people who like engage the way I do. But there's all this talk at a high level about which approach is best. And everyone has a different interpretation of those approaches because no one's really like talking on a deep level to like find a common understanding. And the moment you mess up and you want help and you're like, I'd be able to do so much if I could just get some help with this actual thing I'm running into, like all of a sudden everyone's too busy. I do find like I have had a couple positive experiences in songwriting groups where like people talk about what their process is like. And I used to like it initially, I was just so used to being burned before that I was like, is everyone gonna like judge me for being autistic? But I did realize like there's so much diversity in people's processes, like in spaces where they're down to talk about it. Similarly, when I was in a group where we talked about our learning styles, like everyone's doing for as building is so unique, and especially now, like as we don't have like societal systems for it, people aren't being like socialized any kind of way. So I feel like there's kind of the diversity like autistic people have with social stuff. Like when it comes to doing as building, we're kind of on a more level playing field where like no one's really being supported. And if we can truly get together a group that wants to do that, then like it does, tend to be a lot more inclusive and also attract more neurodivergent folks in general. But yeah, there might have been somewhere else I was going as well. Oh yeah, like there are just also a lot of people who, yeah, they aren't looking to do as building, and they also aren't looking for like deep friendships. Basically, they're putting a ton of their social energy towards like clout chasing. And they're looking at friendships as a way to like fill gaps in their life.
Yeah.
To the point where they keep people around even if it doesn't feel good at all, and even if they're like putting them and their friends in danger.
Like they'll hold
there's
on
like
to
a
somebody
point
for
that
for status purposes.
yeah.
Mhm. Do you have a point that you're trying to hit?
And there's also yeah, I wanted to make a point about the advocating for psychopaths, but I know that's like going pretty far back. So if there's anything that either of you want to say in the meantime.
I actually wanted to go almost right there. Let me pop in my
Yeah,
thing.
that's
I
fine.
think
Oh.
it'll take you there. So it'll take you there. We'll be working on that. So when we are currently talking about autism, for some reason that I'm not super clear on, the current cultural zeitgeist is that there's this group of like super acceptors and they just know how to accept everyone and work with everyone. And if we say like, so with the autism though, that's not going so hot, they're gonna lose their entire minds and then we're going to be scapegoats and I don't want to do it. So I'm starting to actually like kind of clock some people as like if they're weird and neurodivergent, I'm cool, but if they're just plain weird, I'm like I'm going to keep a little distance because you know what I'm saying? Like maybe they desperately need to be like this like ultra validating person and I'm like I can't validate that you are that because you don't understand autism and you're making me interact with people that are definitely trying to be abusive towards me because that's their problem. So I was like, I don't want to go to the we accept everybody club where like I'm going to get hunted down by psychopaths and the people that are running the club are too proud of themselves to remotely care that's happening.
Oh. So two different points here, actually. I'll like respond to what you said first. Yeah, I do see the people who see themselves as super acceptors. And I do think that there are some philosophies that do work for everyone. Like, for example, let's talk about needs, or like when we run into a clash, let's like slow down and talk about it rather than rushing past.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, yeah, a lot of people claim they're doing that and do it on a very, very superficial level. And yeah, like the scapegoating of autistics, I've actually like worried about that, you know, as like building this community, and finding like collaborators and like, oh, everyone else seems to be feeling good except that one autistic person. And I'm just like, I feel like I would sometimes put it on myself to be like super palatable, just, you know, so people don't like avoid autistic people. But I'm like, honestly, at this point, if people want to have a neurodiversity club that exclusively attracts and retains the people who want to be all cutesy about it and quirky and like not be real, then fine, they can go do that over there.
Mm-hmm.
And we can find ways to describe that we're like not that. But yeah, another challenge with these super acceptors is like that they also like they this was so tough. I was feeling this way in like 2022 where like as I was exploring some of the like intellectual tech adjacent scenes in San Francisco, and I was seeing like quote unquote acceptance for neurodivergence,
Mm-hmm.
but that also comes with we gotta accept, trigger warning, someone who sexually assaulted someone yesterday.
Yeah.
And we're too busy to have a real conversation about it. But we gotta accept that person as much as the victim. And guess who ends up staying and who ends up leaving? And I was like, are these the only places where like
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, like
they're not prior and the victims are almost always women, so there's like there's a concurrent problem here. So like whenever we say there's the person that got interrupted, right, and then there's a person that did the interrupting. If we turn all attention to the person doing the interrupting, the person who got interrupted was trying to do something, and now they're going to have to do the thing after that event having occurred, and it still be as good as it would have been, or maybe better than it would have otherwise. So now it's their responsibility to turn that frown upside down and make the silver lining and all that shit all by themselves. So that doesn't make sense. Like the person who wanted the attention got exactly what they wanted at the expense of the person who was trying to do something else entirely before they got interrupted by this person. So there's that problem. The other problem is, like, I really think people are just acting like Boy Scouts, and they want the autism badge. They want the "we have an autistic person here" badge, and you're supposed to make sure they can't get the badge taken away. And I'm like, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not doing that.
Yes. Yeah, I really feel that. And about the psychopath side, so like one thing that I want to add there is, yes, like there are the misdiagnosed, misidentified people, and there are also autistic people who have picked up unhealthy coping mechanisms, which can kind of seem similar to that. Or like, you know, there are even cases of people who've developed things in that realm because of that much neglect. But also there's a lot of like less hardwired, you know, more later in life kind of stuff. Just like coping mechanisms. So like I sometimes see, you know, you mentioned this earlier, Jane, where you said that like younger autistic people sometimes perceive like the signals that we are seeing to be everything and missing like that there's a whole bunch more. And so I've met, you know, some people in my community or who are interested in it who are like middle-aged and still thinking that way and have managed to get to a position of at least like fuck you power and money of being a startup founder, where, you know, they might be broke 2 years from now, but at least right now they're not in a corporate structure. They're, you know, not living with their parents anymore. They like where they can just stay in that state while like trying to, I do see some genuine attempts to better understand their neurodivergence, but also resistance when it's like, yeah, it's not going to be easy. And also some desire to chase, you know, clout. But I also can relate because I see like the clout being a ticket to spaces where they might get help. For example, like I found, you know, I found your space through talking about autism with people and being open about it. I found like, you know, Matthew, who I told you about, by having a tweet that got 100 likes. You know, if I had not known how to tweet tweets that get 100 likes, I would not have found the spaces. And so, you know, there are people who like, they genuinely want help for neurodivergent startup founders, but they're so used to feeling like if they want something to exist, they gotta lead it, or they gotta help. You know, when Tara says she's overwhelmed, they gotta say, you just gotta do as arriving and make this happen tomorrow, because they want to exist tomorrow, but they don't realize that telling Tara to do as arrive is just gonna like ruin the whole thing. But also they're not psychopaths.
Right. So, okay, there's a couple things there. So I think that the current environment where you're trying to work together collaborative with other people, you can't call out specific issues very effectively. So you can't say like, what about people who live with their parents who are actually, you know, have many other features that are going well? What about the nuts and bolts reasons why somebody can't succeed because they have autism? Like, you have to be able to outline those. Like, can the person clean their bathroom? can the person go consistently to the supermarket and buy the food that is actually suitable for their lifestyle and their health issues? Can the person call doctors? In my case, I can't. I have a really hard time with that. Does the system meet people halfway? And then also the problem I have is, okay, the people that have made it very far, it's getting harder and harder for me to believe that their parents are on the spectrum. And I'm more likely to think that in this current environment, the parents, one or both of them, are not autistic and have done most of the work on the behalf of the child socially. So the environments that you're in overrepresent social skills that autistic people, it's completely unrealistic for them to have access to. So we are not going to have access to them internally. And this external access, I'm starting to really call into question. I don't think that is normal for an autistic person to have, even in the best of circumstances, because it's also like highly heritable. So it makes me question, it's like, what are the odds of you having neither parent is autistic, or even if one of them is autistic, they have so much structural support around them that it's become mitigated. So they basically have the social support system that a disabled person will eventually need to get from society itself. And they right, they may have lots of that's so unusual. They may have lots of behaviors that I can't even begin to unpack because they're so rare. So I think that's less common. And even I don't know what you do about that. Like, I don't think there's a lot of self-made autistic people in this current environment. I don't think that's hardly possible at all. And I think that you are talking to a very unpacked, or not packed. It hasn't been unpacked. It's like unpacked, like, phenomenon that it's kind of weird that nobody's interested in it. Like, I don't know why there isn't more discussion about, like, well, why are we different than other autistic people that have the same level of impairment
I know why.
intellectually?
So, a lot of these people just in these tech spheres went to top schools,
right,
and kind of get a free pass.
Yes.
In a lot of situations, or like people just give them more of a chance. Or like they've gotten good at certain skills that have value in the doing as arriving system that they might have learned from a doing as building perspective. Like, for example, you know, there was the time when the coding world was at least a bit more like relatively collaborative, you know, and more geeky. And a lot of people got into that sphere as a way to build stuff that makes an impact, at least on their lives or in the world. And then just coincidentally ended up being perceived as geniuses, like they were at the right place at the right time. And then like got the clout to have an opinion on other things. And a lot of times it's like a combination of the two. Like, one's not even enough nowadays. And I do think that is actually something that's in our favor. Like, it's really bad right now, you know, that even the underprivileged people who are being represented are still super privileged. But I do feel like, in a way, the people who do have a pretty guaranteed shot in this system and like feel like they can just rest on their laurels are like getting to be a smaller and smaller minority who need like 10 different kinds of privilege, to the point where I could see people with one or two kinds ending up on our side at some point.
No, they will. This can't last. Okay. So I'm gonna take it out of the privilege language a little bit. I think they have somebody who is not disabled doing things on their behalf, and I think they will. They would never ever tell people that. Like, they're not going to tell you how much their dad and mom did. They're not going to tell you how much their functioning partner did. They're at different periods of their lives. Why did I get to start working on my music? Because I was dating a guy who gave me a laptop that his work didn't need. Okay? I couldn't get my shit together to buy a fucking laptop and to buy Logic, and I didn't have the money to even do it. So I had somebody, was I privileged, or did somebody notice I was extremely disabled and just gave me a thing that a disabled person cannot get themselves? So I'm going to argue that all of those people are on some level, and I think they can implode because of this, in denial about how much an able-brained person did the things that they will never be able to do. Okay? And even if there's somebody where it's more bullshit than truth about their abilities, right? Somebody's saying like, oh, we're going to say that you're important in this like social reality, even though when shit hits the fan, they can't run Twitter, for example. But anyways, so like you're going to have people, right? They're going to have an inflated sense. This is going to be more in dudes, okay? But they're going to have an inflated sense of what they're capable of doing because they were precocious in their speech, something like that. Yeah, something very simple that we almost all universally have if we're level 1. We're all precocious in our speech practically. We may start a little bit slower talking, but as soon as we go, we're motor mouth. So like, I'm gonna just say that they're in a deep pit of denial about how disabled they are, and that does nothing for any of us. For somebody to directly obfuscate the fact that an able-brained person was and has done and will be doing the things they're disabled at for the rest of their lives, because that feels bad.
Yeah, and it's like something that I worry about is when I'm open about my needs, then sometimes I get the sense where people are like, okay, we want a different autistic token who doesn't have these needs.
Yes. The most common cited reason for autistic people, adults, to have suicidal ideation is feeling like a burden. And you know what happens when you look up the term burden in adults with autism? You get a lot of things about adult caretakers and how they can deal with the burden of their autistic loved one, their autistic family member.
My gosh.
So we are perceived as burdens. We are burdens. Okay? So how the fuck do you get somebody to accept that when this whole structure is telling them that they are the exception? They aren't a burden. And they have memories. They know it. And some of these people may not even be autistic, but I'm just speculating about how complex this can get, because we have a disability that is a burden on other people. Period. And we're not being selfish. We're not exploiting people. We're not manipulating people. We have a disability that is as profound and fundamental as somebody having something like congenital deafness, blindness. We are there. And it's not understood by our society. So the easier way for us to cope is to say, okay, well, I can't ask for help. I don't need help. I didn't get help. I didn't ask for help. So I didn't get help. Yes, you did. You did. My mom helped me. My dad helped me. Teachers helped me. People helped me all along the way. And it's okay for me to say this. Many people did it because they felt sorry for me, and that's okay to say it because they could fucking tell I was disabled.
So I hear all of that. And one thing that I worry about is like people developing this perception, like the autistic stereotype right now is someone who has who doesn't have self-awareness of what their needs are, and then 2, isn't able to meet them because they don't even know. And I'm still working on this myself, figuring out which needs can I meet myself, versus which do I need external support, versus which just take a ton of energy to meet myself, to the point where if I do that, I'm not going to have energy to contribute anything more to society.
Right.
And then that gets into a bunch of philosophies about how much of life even is contributing to society. And so I question, that kind of language. And again, I'm not looking to police anyone here. I don't think that I have like a model that's better than everyone else's or anything. But I do like worry about you know, like if that narrative gets out without also the idea of how an autistic person with their needs met can be so much more quote unquote functional than someone without them, which I realize like as I'm saying them that no duh, like these things go together. But I'm just so used to people bucketing these things to the point where I'm like, oh no, we don't want to put more drops in one bucket without the other, when I'm like, but if I actually think about it logically, these aren't different buckets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just typing in the chat too about the idea that like I just wanted to emphasize like some things you shouldn't do them on your own because they're draining, and honestly we just make garbage. Like because we can't see to make the thing that's actually any good. And like I don't think that's a bad thing to say. Also, I don't mind being hilarious about it. Like some people see this as like low self-esteem, so I've been discouraged from this, but I'm like, no, I see some of the stuff I do as charmingly shitty. Like, you know what I mean? Like her heart, it was definitely in the right place. Everything else is not.
Yeah. It's like doing your best, but yet it's not enough at all in any
Yeah.
form.
Yeah. So it's like we're putting together. I'm trying to come up with metaphors like puzzle pieces that we can't hold, and we can kick them or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's like I guess I could
Hmm.
spend all day trying to figure out if I can train my feet to move the puzzle. It's just like, but like, and that's even being generous. We have things that are more impossible than that. So we're doing like these impossible tasks potentially. So it's like, are we exhausted or are we doing something absurd? Like, are we being asked to do something that's so clearly our disability that we wouldn't even know if we were done or not? We don't even know what the fucking task actually is. Like, so that's what I'm saying is like that's also why we would have a blind spot about people helping us with our disability, because there's aspects of what people are telling us to do that we don't really understand exist. So when somebody does it on our behalf, you think we're going to know that happened? Absolutely not. Like it, they moved something that's outside of our ability to see it in the first place, and then we carried on, right? So or they someone was going to stomp on our sandcastle and they deflected them. We didn't know that happened at all. So what lesson can
Yeah.
we possibly learn from that? And what I'm arguing for is that we need to know how autistic people actually get things done, and it doesn't help us when people who didn't do it are pretending that they got to
Yeah.
this role in the society because of things they did as an autistic person. That is not true. Able-minded people, able-brained people did things that they couldn't see, and now they are pretending that that didn't happen when it did, and that's not helpful at all. So I think like I don't know what it's to do to solve that, but I think that that's happening right now at I don't know how frequently like that. How would I get numbers on that? My
Oh,
instinct is that it's really high. Like most of those people,
yeah, mine
ninety
too.
percent.
Oh, yeah, because like if we see and I think that even talking about this and even like, giving each other the vocabulary and like helping each other
Hmm.
build our mental maps like
Yeah.
increases the chance of someone figuring out something. But yeah, like if we look at okay, in the startup world, these groups that are like largely the people who've talked their way into stuff. Because it's like a lot of people who made it into these academic systems, but then didn't like stay in them and keep building, which I know like a lot of the time there's a lot of BS there too. That's why I didn't stay in those systems. But it's like the people who are like, now I'm going rogue because I know how to do everything myself and I don't want anyone getting in my way, and that's all other people do is get in my way, which like I do like feel like these sentiment, but it's like coming from a different place where I'm like, please someone help me, and like no one does, versus when they're like, I've never needed anyone. And like being told, you know, like I've been told that I can't afford to not talk like I'm doing more than I am.
Right.
Or like they'll like find some other way to frame it in a way where it like makes sense, where they're like, oh, but you have built the thing. I mean, look at how shitty all these other people's things are. Like, but I'll still recognize that like this part of this thing that I've built meets like my taste, and this other aspect of it is like relative shit, and I'm like, I just wish someone who was like good at that side would be like driven to work on it with me without you know, co-opting it as their own thing.
Well, they'll just
But I
run
also
they'll run away to make it a trophy. They won't see it through to its
yeah,
conclusion, right? They won't make the object to make the object for the sake of the object and the logic of the object that is revealed by making the object.
yeah, and I'm like, it's like even in my job search, you know, especially now as roles are getting collapsed to where like one person has to do what used to be 2 or 3 separate roles, and I'll be like, well, I'm really good at one of them, and with the others I might be passable, but I'll feel bad putting my shit into the world and like arguing that it's not shit. You know, like I want to spend time just building.
Right. When you're supposed to put the shit out in a certain special way that's determined by the social game that we can't see, that changes second by second, because part of the game is being able to see the game and playing with the game when the game changes. That's part of being good at the game. So it's like, well, screw that. You might as well light your invention on fire. Like it will turn out better, you know? This is relevant. If you wouldn't mind, I want to listen to this one part. This is what I wanted to share. This researcher, who I again think concludes with something that doesn't follow and is not a good idea, but this model was really interesting. So if you go to the place where I'm sharing my screen, I'm just gonna put this on and try to find the right spot. Okay, let me try to find the right spot. Give me a sec.
With the organizational psychologist Tasha Eurek, and she studies how self-aware people are. So
I did it.
How self-aware are people? I mean,
Oh, let me
relative to
back up a
how
little bit,
self-aware they
actually.
think.
Okay.
And Harrington Ingham divided a square into
There it is.
quadrants, like a 4-paned window. One pane represents things we know about ourselves that others know as well. A second looks at secrets, things that we know about ourselves that others do not know. Another looks at elements of ourselves that are unknown both to us and to others. Christine focuses on a final pane. Things that others know about us that we don't know about ourselves.
The Johari window is really this idea of what we know about ourselves, what we do not know about ourselves, what others know about us, and what others do not know about us. And so we're really trying to uncover our blind spots around what's known to others but is not known to ourselves, because these blind spots are really what's affecting how we're behaving in ways that are often hurtful to others.
That part right there. So we don't have a blind spot. We're done. We're cooked. So we have things about ourselves that other people think they know that we don't know. But we will never know what they are perceiving because we don't have that kind of perception. We are disabled at that, right? And also because we're disabled at that, whatever is being produced that they're perceiving is fundamentally different. So also their perceptions are necessarily wrong, because everybody else that they're perceiving does, for the most part, with very limited exceptions, because there are some other autistic people they're meeting, does not have our disability. Do you see the problem here? So we're interacting with that and they don't know it, and we're supposed to get judged based on that information, and now this person's saying, how can you become more self-aware about that? Well, what do autistic people do if the normal people are struggling with that? When we're out, we're done, we're cooked, we can't do it, we're not going to participate in that because we can't. it's like it's not even like something, an ambition. It's not me being down on us. It's that like that makes no logical sense to say that we have the disability that we clearly have, and that we need to then perform better in this thing that these are neurotypical people trying to figure out how to fix that. And
So,
we destroy the whole thing. Go ahead.
I think that this kind of ties to this theory that I've been developing about just overload. So I see so much rhetoric out there putting it on individuals to develop this self-awareness to the point of impossibility. Like, it is exhausting, you know, especially for autistics, but even just in general. It is exhausting to spend 60% of your day's energy on self-awareness to try to meet this impossible, because yeah, it is not possible to be self-aware and in touch with others simultaneously in an environment where there's way more lights and sounds than there needs to be, and conversations are lasting 30 seconds, and then there's someone else in front of you when you didn't even ask the first person to leave or this next person to show up, asking you, what do you do? And like, these environments are just not, you know, and how many things we got to do in the day, and how many things we're told we got to do in the day to supposedly get places 5 years from now, when half of them will lead us nowhere. And yeah, so okay, Jane, you said, well, and I think I have great self-awareness of my traits. Yeah, so I find that, like, even when people have self-awareness, the field out there as it is now is designed in such a way where we can't use it.
Well, they're asking for different
But
things.
a lot of people aren't.
Like, so
Sorry,
if they're asking for different things. So if I say I'm self-aware of my traits, and then they say, no, you're not self-aware, we see you having these traits or behaviors or whatever in our perception of you, and you can't have the traits that you're saying you have, because when we perceive other people who are not autistic, those things don't go together.
Right. Yeah, that yes, I agree. And I feel like that's like another ingredient of this, is when people add that, yeah, if you have like empathy, for example, then you should be empathetic at all times. Even if people are trauma dumping on you all day and it's impossible. Like, for example, when I see you know, yeah, we were talking about vulnerability and community, like some trends nowadays. Like, I see this in the startup sphere, and you know, any sphere that used to be like all competitive. Like, I see this in the management consulting world as well. I get the sense that it exists in the art world as well, where like people recognize the importance of vulnerability and like self-awareness and caring about others. So then they come up with things like, let's go around the circle sharing our high and low for the week. But it's like, okay, so that's bringing a ton of context onto the table, a ton of emotion onto the table, which is too much to process, and there's no recognition of anyone's needs. Like, who's really hurting right now, who most needs our help. Okay, if you brought up your high and your low, like, what is the relative importance of those things to you? But if you're an empathetic person, if you're a smooth talker, you should be able to walk through these mazes looking like you got it together, and not like what you were saying about those battle rappers who like are getting all nervous when you're like being real. Because yeah, I often find that when I go into those situations and be real, that's the tipping point for a lot of people. And then I get scapegoated, and I'm like, you said be vulnerable, you said be authentic.
No, they said
I did that.
They said to play the game on a harder mode. they're playing the game even harder. So what they're saying is you need to know how people are going to perceive these answers, and then you need to answer the way that we want you to be perceived in the game that we've just changed the rules of, where now you have to be perceived as somebody that's self-aware in a way that we'd like, but not in a way that's weird. So they're making it harder to be, but what they're trying to do is say, like, what do you think you're made out of, right? Right? That's the question. What do you think you're made? What changed you this week? What changed about your composition this way in this you know this interaction that you had since I last saw you? How have you changed? That's basically what they're trying to do, I think. And instead of answering that, because the answer may be really bad, like the answer may be not useful and off topic or whatever, but they're saying that we want you to demonstrate in a way that we will perceive it well based on what everybody else says also, because you have to make sure it's a whole thing. So it has nothing to do with that at all. Like the game that they're playing, they're so into it, and the reason why they're so into it is I'm saying it's a motivation thing. So I'm saying that in order to get their up and at 'em, even when you say, like, okay, we're going to do his build, they'll be like, oh yeah, awesome. Okay, can I do his arrive now? Because that's where I get all my yummy juices from my brain. And you're like, nope, we're gonna do his build. And they're like, okay, cool, but I feel bad. Can I feel good now? And it's like, okay, what? Like, and so when I was in meetings with an organization where they made us do that, I was like, can we please fucking work on the project right now? Because like, why are we doing this? Like, I was like, is any of this going to make you work less good at the project? No? Okay, why do I have to hear this? Can you explain to me why the fuck we're sharing this right now? Like, not that I don't care that you're having this, that, or the other, but I'm getting really pissed off because none of you are my special interest. And all I'm going to do is start analyzing you as like we're at a zoo of like neurotypical people trying to do something. And I'm like, what on earth are you doing? Like, so, oh my God. So, okay. Let me back off that a little bit because this is getting in the weeds. But like the notion that I want to get across is that us as autistic people, we will never know what people think they know about us, no matter what we do, because it's on the level of knowing about sight when you don't have sight, okay, ever. And so when we get in these groups where that they're doing that, and we might as well just like be like, fuck it, and just like throw our computer out of the window. Like, we're done. Like, we're out. We are eliminated. It's just a matter of like how long before everyone else has catched on that we're not in the game. So I don't know. I don't want to play that game. I don't want to play the game of like how long before everyone notices I can't play the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally feel ya. And that's why, like, I'm trying to point out the harm that these kind of things cause to everyone. Okay, let's say it causes like 100 harm to autistics and it causes 20 to allistics. Maybe if we like double down on the damage of that 20, that might eliminate some of this stuff.
I think people
And I'm
should
not saying,
admit
like, we shouldn't.
we've misallocated our resources of people. I mean, what they really should be saying during those things is like, do you want to work this job anymore? And then if everyone says no, now we know. And like we're like, well, why are we still here? Well, I'm gonna be homeless. Oh, okay. Well, all right, shit. How can we pull this together even though none of us want to fucking be here except Tom or something, right? Like whoever, right? The one guy who was thinking about the project when he wasn't working on the project, right? That's the only person who's got shit to say. And then right, that would be more honest. And then we're vulnerable, right? Where it's like, does anybody want to have this job? Does this feel like a soul-sucking waste of your time? Have you started to use euphemisms for all kinds of things that you don't care about to sound like you're invested in this conversation? Great, cool. Now we're you know what I mean? I won the game. Like, it's fucking yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. I really resonate with like what you said about the game being on hard mode now. And I think that like the bringing authenticity and vulnerability into spaces that are transactional just doesn't work. You know, it used to be like, okay, yeah, who's like objectively the best rapper? You know, like we can look at that and we can be transactional and that's fine and it gets shit done. And it some like okay, people think that this authenticity and vulnerability is like leveling the playing field, but I think it's actually doing the opposite.
They don't know what they're again, I think because this is neurological, they're pivoting to doing as arriving because that's what they practice the most in our society. Says there's all these reinforcements of it, and you have to manage your brain. Like as people that are doing as building, and to an extent, I think my doing as arriving, whatever it's, I just don't think it's there. So like I just have doing as building. And if I don't have access to it, oh boy, suddenly I look depressed. So yeah, I mean, it's that or they get depressed, probably. So I don't want them to be fucking depressed, but like also maybe if we built a society that taught doing as building and legitimized the fact that that's a way of getting motivation and reward and all kinds of stuff, like from your own brain, not from society even necessarily. That would be helpful. Because otherwise, like I was saying, like
I
I'm
would,
yeah, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Okay,
Oh, I was
just
just gonna say,
oh shit. See, this is autism.
sorry.
No, you're fine. You go.
What if we found a way to align arriving as built, since arriving is arbitrary?
Yes.
Then like if we gave trophies for building, then that would be arriving.
Right. Right. That would yes, I think that's a good idea. Let's try it. 100%, that makes sense to me. You have to make sure that people then don't like award things that are garbage because it's their homeboy.
Yes.
But yes, I think that makes sense to me. And maybe the tilt is for things to slide in that direction. That's why that isn't working in a way that seems like, oh, I know times when that's happened. Maybe that's a little bit hard to get going, but why not find ways to do it, new ways to do it? There's new technology. But yeah, I'm gonna say one tangent and then I'll kind of leave it just because I wanted to mention it. I was almost gonna type it. One of the things that I hate is I never know how much people that I'm working with actually like the job or not. And I know I'm not allowed to say how much I like the job or not, because if I start talking, whoo, people are gonna get overwhelmed. They are not gonna want to know my opinions because I have very special interest orientation. So if it either is a special interest or it's not, and I'll tell you why. So my current job, I really like it. I think I probably like it better than anybody there. And therefore I've heard hints of people not liking it that much, maybe, or having some other issue with it that I can't appreciate because I don't care about that kind of thing. And I'm like, I don't want to get to know any of you better because then I'm going to start saying the weird shit because I like it for doing his building reasons. And now I'm going to sound like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not socially cool because I don't know how I'm supposed to talk about this thing, that we don't get to really say how we feel about it. Or what we think about it, I guess. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of off topic. Also, it's 3:30. If you guys want to end soon, we kind of went way over, but this has been great.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna head out, go to my art studio.
Yay!
But it was wonderful talking to all of you and hearing the conversations.
You too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, brought up some great stuff, and yeah, definitely lots of synergy, lots of common experiences, and I really appreciate it.
Me too.
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a nice rest of your day.
You too.
You too.
Did you want to take some closing thoughts?
I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. We covered so much. But yeah, like I don't want to like lead us on another tangent here, but I feel like the last thing you said, and like we can always like table this conversation for later as well. But yeah, like my idea that I would find like my fellow geeks to geek out with and like you know, that would be the same thing as my social sphere someday as an adult. Like, that's feeling more and more
Mm.
far off. I've
Mhm.
been questioning whether it's impossible, but like my best friend was like saying that her intuition tells me that it is possible, but that it's going to be like later in my career when basically I have enough credibility, like basically so much, like my doing as building gets me to a point that I either like look like I now this part's coming from me, not from her, but I feel like if I'm like, you know, translating that into like how I feel like it's probably going to be either when my doing as building, like when I understand it well enough that I can articulate it to a point where it gets me trophies, or where it like speaks to the other people who are doing as building like well enough that I don't have to go farm for them in a bunch of trophy spaces, and where like they're pulling each other into my sphere more than like right now where my energy is being diverted when I try to do my own thing, and I'm being like the people building as a doing as arriving are bringing in their doing as arriving buddies to the
Yes.
point where they're dominating the spaces that I'm trying to create. And in
Uh-huh.
the meantime, so I'm like, okay, do I want to like take a step back and quote unquote get my own story straight first? Do I want to just do these community things and like small experiments without committing? And in the meantime, like for making money, so I used to have this attitude of wanting to talk to my coworkers as little as possible. And you know, that felt like a very fear-based mindset. And so I like I really got into this authenticity and vulnerability kind of trope, and like
Uh-huh.
started, you know, trying hardcore to attract those people, which is what put me into burnout playing the game on hard mode.
Uh-huh.
Um and so now I'm like, okay, like in theory it sounded like, you know, it would be really good to have coworkers who I've reached a point of mutual understanding with, and like, okay, you know, maybe they have something to gain from you like doing your job as doing as building, and maybe you have something to benefit from their understanding of the doing as arriving world. Like, you know, maybe there could be synergy there.
Uh,
But if like trying or sorry if that was like a bad
yeah, no, there's
example or like a
no, you're fine. There's a nuance that I'm gonna return with when I get a chance. I'm thinking about it.
okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to like think of examples that might like work with people. But you know, like for example, I've really benefited like when I can be open about like I'm confused about such and such, or I'm motivated about such and such, and like really deeply understand how other people operate to like a point where I can learn something. And I
Uh-huh.
felt like back when my understanding wasn't as deep, I used to be able to get there. Like just finding the nice person on the team used to be enough for me.
Uh-huh.
But now it's to the point where I have to like farm an entire sphere to
Uh-huh.
find the people who are interested in doing as building, to the point where my goal is like, I'm thinking more about, oh my gosh, can we be geek out buddies more
Yeah.
than can we work together? Because
Yeah.
I feel like the working together might even ruin it. And like
Uh-huh.
with the finding work, I might just want a place where I can keep my head down and have, you know, the deliverables be small enough that I can get them done
Yes.
without having to voice a bunch of needs that would need to be met to do
Well,
to like make a bigger impact.
voice your disability. That's the problem. It's like it's not just needs. You are disabled, and it's relevant a lot of the time. So you can't make it socially convenient to be disabled.
Yeah.
You know, they can't be like, oh,
There's
not
not.
now, Tara, stop being disabled like that. It's like, well, that would be a nice
Mhm.
magic trick if I could ever stop being disabled, but no. Yeah, so like, well, okay, let me pop this in here because I think this is a nice note to add to the analogy. So if you're blind, it's just the easiest because there's a visual spatial element. No offense to blind people who I have to use this so often, but like
Mhm.
you can't then go up levels, right? Get more and more trophies, and then they go, hey, it would be great if you could paint us a painting now, or if you could do this visual skill.
Mhm.
And you go, but I can't. And they'll go, but we gave you all of this power and authority. You have to, because
Mhm.
that's what the job title is. The job title now includes your
Mhm.
disability. So I think the higher up you go,
Mhm.
it's going to weed out autistic people.
Right.
And what you actually, the higher up you go, you
Mhm.
need people who are basically able bodied, able minded, able brained, whatever you want to say, who will make it appear as though you can see, or will do the work in some other way
Mhm.
that makes the problem go away. Because it's not that you need, does
Mhm.
this make sense? Like you persist in being disabled, and the environment is going to arbitrarily match the abilities of the people around you. So your disability will be more or less of an issue almost at random, because the environment was constructed irrespective of your disability. So if you think of it as blindness, that's basically the situation. And people around you are not going to blindfold themselves. They're why would they do that? You see what I'm saying? Because of your disability, they're not going to say like, okay, we'll make an environment that would work if you're blindfolded. They're not going to do it, and that's okay.
Mhm.
But they don't know that that's the dynamic. That's more the problem. The dynamic is just kind of like innately unfair, but also the environment is not very much reliant on building. There's so much arriving that it's the
Mhm.
logic of the environment follows the logic of somebody that has doing as arriving. Therefore, your disability will come at almost like arbitrarily because of that. Like, I mean, it's still like a reason why it's coming up when it does.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
level 7 may be much harder than level 80, and then level
Oh,
81 may be hellish, right? You don't know, because
yes.
the difficulty is, you see, I've already explained well enough. So yeah, so that's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. Absolutely. Um, and it's like for a lot of people, they feel like getting the power is like a place where they can relax. But I
Uh-huh.
see a lot of neurodivergent people like because okay, the way it is at a lot of these tech companies is there's underling where you get in by playing the social game and convincing some higher up that you're not going to cause trouble,
Mhm.
which is harder in this economy than a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
And then there's
Mhm.
senior individual contributor. Or
Mhm.
yeah, so there's like junior individual contributor, then there's senior individual contributor, which they got to be able to, going back to your cake analogy, like bake a whole cake by themselves
Mhm.
and fill in the gaps with
Mhm.
all these underlings who they're responsible for hiring to bake cakes,
Yeah.
or not responsible, they just get given them.
Mhm.
And then there's the level where you get to be a manager, and I know,
Yeah.
and like a lot of companies don't want to keep people around as a junior individual contributor because they want like to farm a new batch of fresh grads and see who can fill those senior roles.
I see. Interesting about that. So it's fair to say that the dynamics and demands of the jobs change continuously because of it being a technology-based uh
Yep.
yeah, sector, right, of the economy. Okay, so there's that, but also there's this other problem of it's also changing based on, I think, doing as arriving global configurational skills. It's changing so that maybe for like a season, one of those transitions may be easier for the disabled person
Yes.
to do, but it wasn't made easier for their benefit, and it still is going to be like
Yeah.
in the ladder that they're climbing, like the rungs have like that's a good way to think of it. You know, like an obstacle course, the rungs have a different problem, or like all of a sudden it'll be a very comfortable rung, and then all of a sudden it'll be on
Yeah.
fire, then all of a sudden it's not even
Yes.
there. And so the the
yes.
ladder is constantly changing based on this ability to see. That's actually perfect, because if somebody was blind and they had to do this, do you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So they can kind of see the ladder changing, and that's part of the game, and also the technology and how people are interpreting the technology, their beliefs about the technology, which are not going to be doing is building beliefs most of the time. Most of the hysteria that I hear over new technology, I honestly think is more doing as arriving. Even when people talk about logistics, I think there's more doing as arriving than anything else. Yeah, there's okay, but anyways, but so I think, how the fuck would you like, so okay, so, and some of this is like, you want to get around people who will think like you, that are successful.
Yes.
Right,
And I'm finding that yeah.
Is it fair to say that that's because you want to ask them how to exist as a person like you?
I guess you could say that. If we're like breaking that down even more, then like I'm limited in two ways right now. One is just access to, like what you were saying, you know, someone who'll set up logic for you, because it would take, I know I don't want to project onto you, but I know for me, like I bought Ableton back in like after college. I bought my guitar in college, and I've gotten nowhere just because like each individual little step, like there are some that come easy for me and like some that, you know, don't, and like having no one to talk through
Yes.
the tough ones with results in this, yeah, where all I can do is charming shit.
Yeah, and your
And
structure.
so
I just want to add this, just because I think it's important for you to hear this, is that it's not that your good and bad is random. It's that this was built for somebody without your disability. So that's why it's arbitrary, why you can do this and not that, because the
yes,
person using it doesn't have your disability, so it doesn't matter to them. That happens to come up here and there and here and there. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I just wanted to note that so that you can kind of unpack anything that might have been
right.
self-blaming for that problem. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. So my ideal solution would have been if I can find people like me who have succeeded. And then, yeah, that would be smaller, like less work, less relationships than piecing it together from people who know the thing, who are willing to talk to me, plus people who understand autism and like the ADHD concentration, whatever it's going to be called 5 years from now.
Right.
But I have had such horrible, traumatizing experiences with finding that the majority of people who look that way on paper are the ones who don't realize they've been having someone else do the work.
Yes.
And they're just talking like they're doing it.
Yes.
To the point where piecing this together from these two separate spheres feels like the more viable option. And so for the neurodivergent side, like I got your group and Matthew's group, basically, like my best friend, you know, I feel like I've got that side figured out a bit more.
That's good.
And on the how to learn specific skills for careers that feel more related to my special interests, like user experience research, feels relatively promising. How to connect with people there who value doing as building enough to enjoy having a conversation about building, and not, you know, say they feel sorry for me, so they're gonna donate an hour of their time to teach me to do as arriving, and then get frustrated when I don't figure it out.
Right. Yes. I've been there. So the problem, I think, just for food for thought, that like I'd be curious what this strikes you as, is that the current environment does not have roles or jobs for people like you, that they don't exist. And that is bad, because that means that your abilities are happening by accident, randomly, when your disabilities are not like kicking you out of the activities that people are collecting to do, which we call jobs and other things, right? So when people are collecting to do something together, they have made it so exclusive that people like you haven't been able to build the separate environment that is actually focused on building. So we haven't built a building environment. Does this make sense? So that isn't your responsibility to fix. It's not my responsibility to fix. And I mean, we can be sad about it. And I think we have every right to be, because that's not fair. But also our society does understand the value of this doing as building on some level, but hasn't understood the problem that there is a split here in our brain and in our behavior, and that you can say that you're building something and all you're doing is exchanging status signifiers and no built objects. So there's no substance underneath it, or in so much as somebody has built something, the people that control the destiny of the thing that got built in this really hostile environment do not understand what they're doing. So this is this is a problem. So it's like that's the dynamic, and it maybe reframing it as like, how can you best contribute to a species that's trapped in that?
Yes. I do see like some recognition nowadays. Like people will say, "Oh yeah, this demographic, they're just doing as arriving. They're not building squat." But then when they try to build, like, okay, I feel like I'm lacking due to culture a lot of the skills required to build.
I see.
For
No,
example,
but they are
like,
too. They are too.
feel
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yeah. And like I feel like I'm capable of using Ableton and playing the guitar. I don't feel like I'm completely blocked there. But like these are just examples, things where okay, like with jobs, I am blocked on a higher level by networking. Like even though I've put in way more effort there. But I'm also like blocked with figuring out how to use my own intrinsic motivation.
Yes.
Because I was born into doing as arriving. Like my parents are immigrants.
Right.
That fear mentality.
That's the language you were given to talk about the thing you're actually doing, which is different. And I think
that's the example I was given. But
yeah. Well, and it's you have one version of it where it gets even more exaggerated, but when you go to the culture at large, it also isn't really supplying you with vocabulary to distinguish between doing as building and doing as arriving. And there's so much doing as arriving language, it's kind of crazy. It's like 75% doing as arriving, 25% doing as building, that immediately collapses into magical thinking. Like doing is building. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you get it. So then your task is to tell people what you need, but I think what we should be doing is saying that no structure that is currently in existence understands why people are succeeding at it. And usually it seems that things get better when people just watch other people and analyze what they're doing, which is doing is building. Okay. So probably the thing that we should be doing is just watching people do the thing that we want to do and analyzing it. Like I got involved in ballet a while back now, and back then the internet presence wasn't there. Ballet dancers are way better very quickly. Like the level has gone, it was already high, it's super high, astronomically high, because people are watching and analyzing each other and sharing exercises as well, and using apps that you can even like slow them down, put little dots on their bodies, watch it like that. So you should watch the thing being performed at a high level, even a low level sometimes, just to understand it, and just sit and analyze and know that that is doing. That doesn't look like doing, right? But that is doing is building. Doing is building is part observation of it occurring without you doing it and then you doing it. So you have to watch people do it or listen and stuff. But we don't. Do you see how that's not in the culture? That's not normal.
And it's less so now since
Yeah.
remote work.
Yes,
But
yes,
I'm
yes.
finding people tell me work in person then. And I'm like, but the people who are choosing to work in person now, especially 5 days a week, are the over-the-top, overstimulating, doing
Right.
as arriving
Right, right,
people.
right, right,
So
right,
I
right.
would love to
Because they were
work
going crazy.
hybrid with people who are choosing to work remotely now.
Yeah. Because then you can be in your little hidey hole working on your stuff, and it's like, and that's what I think. Okay, so let me think about this for a second, because I need to hear this too. The reason why we don't have this codified, where we can follow it, not fault, where we can then apply it. Yeah. So see, we've had to use this language. So the reason why this is such a problem is the language. We don't have a way to explain that people are doing this and see the significance in it. So I think if you're getting stuck, the advice that probably I should be taking, that I should also do, is we need to just you need to find a video of somebody high level not teaching you Ableton, just fucking using it. We need to watch people do it enough times. Then we can watch the tutorial. You might give a shit at that point. We need to watch. Yeah. So because they don't know how to explain it in this language, because the language doesn't exist. So yeah, so we just need to watch people do it. So I think that's probably what's going a little bit wrong. And some of what people are sharing on social media is doing as arriving filtered or like sanitized. Yeah. So they're not showing the process either. So we need to watch people doing the thing and really doing the thing, not doing the this is how I socially should play the game and appear to be doing the thing, even if I am able to do the thing. We don't need any more of that because we can't fucking see it. We just see nonsense.
Yes. Yeah, it's like and that makes us feel worse about ourselves when we're like, there are more tutorials than ever.
Yeah.
And yet like they're not especially okay, I'm also noticing something that like this phenomenon might be worst at the beginner level because the way, the content that's claiming to be accessible. It's like, oh, like get started with just 10 tips. But then you like look at those tips. I ran into this a lot with coding where like so I was doing well in school on tests where it is like talking about what you saw and I would observe more intently than a lot of people. But when I try to like actually build a thing, I'd run into some other random place I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Like what you were talking about.
Right.
But then like when you're talking about with ballet, like these super analyzing things, like beginners probably aren't looking at that. They're probably like I don't know, you know, like
they're trying to listen
like,
to the authority. They're trying to figure out who's an authority, and I don't think you should do that. I think we should look at consensus, not authority, consensus, where like most people say this person's phenomenal. Okay, then we're going to watch only that person, and then we'll find out another person that's phenomenal. We're going to watch that person. Then when we've watched enough of those people, we can look at everything else in the field. But it's confusing to, like in ballet they'll say like don't try to get bad habits because it's a lot harder to undo them. So like but also you want to watch the absolute best and then gradually understand why they are the absolute best through trial and error on yourself. But you shouldn't watch something that's just a little bit better than you, because that is not what the really great person did. They didn't go from you to a little bit better to you to them. They did something else entirely, more than likely. And you need to figure out how you can get you need to figure out yourself really well and how you can get you to perform as close to that as possible given your starting point and their ending point. And you're trying to make a way of approximating them. You don't want to think of it as step by step. Here's level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. That shit really doesn't make sense. Like, I don't even know how you'd put a level on my ballet thing because I'm so weird. I'm just level weird now. I'm like, I can dance in an any advanced ballet class. I'd be pretty much fine, but I'd still be weird. I'll never be normal, and that's okay. And for us autistic people, we can be really, really good at things, but we will always be weird because we don't. Well, there's too much that's different, but also, if so, people are doing this without thinking about it. That's all I'm saying, and that we don't have the option to not think about it because this is all we got.
I hear what you're saying, and I find that like I have on some level seen more and more gatekeeping. Yeah, like I kind of avoided spheres that were like tiny when I was younger because like yeah, I wanted to play the game of how long can I go without being noticed? And in tech you can go forever and ever without being noticed.
Yeah, sure.
You
Dance,
just might not get
you can do that. Music, you can do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But like access to the absolute best. I don't know if it's always been this gatekept. I know it's been like somewhat gatekept, like people talk about boys clubs, but I do find that the exclusivity is being codified more nowadays. Like even compared to 2022. Now 2020, like the pandemic, a lot of the ways that people kept things exclusive, like with location, for example, went away. Like the tools, you know, the coffee shop they'd go to hear about where the party's happening, like that wasn't there. So a lot of things became like a lot of that knowledge about where to find good stuff became more accessible online. It was still an information overload with lots of trial and error, but at least if you could somehow develop taste for what information is better, you could access it more easily. And then in 2022, there were more people who were just like happy to be around people, and I could like get more time with.
Right.
You know, I don't know who's the absolute best, like in a field that's constantly changing, that doesn't really exist, but at least like people who seemed like they had some kind of model that I could take some things from. Versus now, it's a lot more codified. Like there are events for founders at this stage and at this stage, and a lot more like you apply to everything and they look at your LinkedIn and see like who seems cool enough to invite to these places. Now, I don't know how much of that is just like, okay, that's a doing as arriving game and not
Probably
people I should be worried about in general.
Yeah.
And but then the spaces that I can get into with those spaces tend to be when they're getting drinks and not when they're showing how to do the thing.
Well, so I have I have a question.
Giving their pen tip.
Yeah, I have a question about this. So, okay. I have a couple of skills that I can tell you what the skill is. So, for example, ballet, like what is the skill? Actually, it's a couple of different aspects. It's flexibility, it's mobility so that you can use the flexibility actively. And then it's like plie, tendu, dégagé, rond de jambe, let's see, cambre, what else? Port de bras, and making sure your feet are bendy for point work. That's pretty much most of it. Is that a little bit of jumping and landing? Plie takes care of most of that, but you still have to practice that a little bit. But those are like, that's what they're doing on steroids, right? So like what are they doing? Like what is the, or if you're doing like, you know what I mean? Like what who okay, hold on. So you want to, I mean, on some level, you want to just succeed in this thing and this shit pays you, right? Because you need money and I need money. We all need money. So there's that, right? And I think you also wanted to not feel alone, which makes tons of sense. But I don't know if you're going to be okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I think these
Yes.
people are cuckoo and mostly not autistic.
I hear what you're saying, and I have been thinking about yeah, like okay, so there are those two motivations, and then there's also just the desire to understand doing as building, because I feel like yeah, based on like where I come from and like my ethnicity and my gender, like I
Yeah.
actually I don't know how much of this is like internalized shit, but I felt so blocked by that, you know? I would be like in extracurricular classes and in like classes in high school and be told, yeah, you're not getting the best of the best, but we make up for it with personality.
Whoa.
And then I'm like, okay, also I've been told I don't have a good personality, so what am I supposed to do? And I've been told by my parents that I need to do as build, but I'm shipped off to school where it's doing as arriving. And then I go back and ask my parents and it's all doing as arriving. Yeah. So based on like all of that, I just feel like my one shot at not feeling depressed, you know, the thing that gives me the dopamine hits is the trying to figure out how to do as building.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to see what kind of career paths have an element of that. And so like I was really drawn first to just coding because, you know, tech started with coding, but nowadays coders are like the underlings of the tech world doing as arriving bidding of, you know. So then I saw like product management, which it's branded as like you get to solve the creative problems. But I now feel like it's also, you know, like the strategy. But I now see that there's so much doing as arriving there.
Yes.
And that it's such a deep code switch to the point where I'd have to like develop a whole different personality. So I'm like, okay, that might not be a good path to get to learning how to do as building. Like some people from that world do learn how to do as building, but I'd rather find a path where I don't need to develop a whole new personality.
Yes.
Then I'm looking at like, okay, what else have I come across that may be able to lead me to doing as building? So, and like three different paths that I've come across with some overlap in between. And I might be able to use the overlap as like a way to get noticed without having to level up on these levels that are impossible to me.
Yes.
Yep. And so these three like paths that I'm seeing are, one is small business. Yeah. Tech has gone to shit. And so like starting my own small business, which I've like pseudo attempted already unsustainably, like that would be, you know, a place I'd like to get in my 30s at least, you know, to feel like I don't have to be dependent on doing as arriving and singing and dancing for a boss.
Right. Sure.
So that's like an end goal. But there are a lot of pieces there. And so in the meantime, I'm like, okay, like it is easier in some ways if I can start with something smaller. And you know, like maybe do that on the side. And so like two different things I've like paths here. One is user experience research, where I like get to observe people a bunch and ask questions and like be geeky that way, which is great. And it like would work closely with these product manager folks who I told you about. But the challenge there is that it's often nowadays being lumped in with design, which I don't know how blocked I am there. But as like someone who just has a different kind of brain, where like if someone told me to organize a room, I would probably organize it differently than most people. And like most people who aren't super conformist would look at that and be like, okay, I'm glad you found something that works for you. But they wouldn't want to use it that same way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the moment we got to use a shared thing, there's a bunch of conversation about how it's going to be.
Right.
Like I have a hard time, cognifactoring for other people, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Mm-hmm.
what, and then there's the coolness aspect on top of it, which is just hardcore in that field. And I would really love to just be a geek and not have to worry about any of that. So
Yeah.
I'm like looking to talk to people in the field both about how is the building done and also where do these jobs still exist? I know that right now the job market is super competitive and like a lot of the people who do get to just do the research side also have PhDs,
Yes.
which I could do if I knew the goalpost was still going to be there when I get out. But
Right.
since I don't know that, I'm not motivated to go get one. So I'm trying to meet like the exception kind of people. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's one UX researcher I met who has like kind of a businessy background, like more than me, but that's kind of like where my skills fall. Like, I'm like from like, like general techy businessy kind of background rather than like hard psychology
Mm-hmm.
or design.
Mm-hmm.
And see like are there places where that's valued? And she's gonna connect me with someone else who's kind of in that realm who also does the design side on top of it. But like that's someone I could talk to about like she seems to value at least like different aspects of design rather than just the decided, where the biggest trophy is. Like
Mm-hmm.
she seems to be building a model of sorts. So like I'd like to ask people like that where they could see me being valued within this sphere and also just geeking out to learn from them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like field number 2. And field number 3 is community building, which like but I'm thinking like how much am I really ready to build in that realm? Because I've just been so deprived
I also
on
don't
so many
know.
levels. Like
I don't. I think community building is nonsense. Also, like you live in a
Mhm.
world with so much buzzwords that it's like it's fascinating to me on
Yeah.
some level because I'm like, what on earth is that referring to? I know some of this does have a concrete meaning, but some of it is
Mhm.
supposed to have some obfuscation baked in
Mhm.
so that you don't have to say what you mean in case the idea
Mhm.
itself is unstable and you still need financing. So there's some problem
Yeah.
there. So like
Mhm.
your field doesn't want you to be able to ask
Mhm.
directly about what they need. And so for them to value
Mm.
you, then the question becomes like, okay, well, why do they need anyone working for them? And I don't know that they know. Does this make sense? Like I don't
Yeah.
I don't think your
Yeah.
profession has a really good understanding of why they exist. And
Yes.
it's weird because like the
Yeah.
justification for their existence gets very metaphysical and I'm like, what is this, a philosophy class that's in freshman year? Like what are you doing? You
Mm.
know what I mean? Like you can hear it. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
So okay, so you can simplify it and say I have a certain set of skills that you've kind of learned. And something like community building is a good
Mhm.
example where it's like what you mean is space building. Like a community goes to a space, right?
If you're including virtual ones,
Yeah,
but
I do.
yeah.
I do. A virtual space is a hybrid space with wherever you tend to use it, which is usually at home.
Mhm.
And there's some things that you use on the go,
Mhm.
but you'll use it the majority of the time at home. And it's basically
Mhm.
it's become like this extension of wherever
Mhm.
you are plus this other
Mhm.
stuff. And it's weird and I don't know what
Yeah.
our brains are even doing with that. So if you have if you have a community of there's two meanings of it. The first meaning is an identity label, and that's something that
Mm.
you walk around with a like, hello, my name is blank, and it's so you get your name badge, and then
Mhm.
you are legitimized to walk around and say you're part of this community. That's weird, and I don't get
Mhm.
that, and that's hierarchical. And then the other thing that it could be is that people are going to congregate on a platform of some kind or on an application of some kind to do something that's supposed to keep them with the name badge status, something they have in common. There's some fucking reason why they're all there. So you're trying to give people a reason to be at a place, and you're competing with all kinds of stuff that and the problem also is that I don't think we can talk in ways that aren't euphemistic about the fact that what we really need is to go to a place where money falls on our head because we're all way too broke. Yeah? So like how many communities are really people having panic attacks about that? A lot of them. And it's weird, and we can't talk about that either. So like if you want to make a product that you think will enhance the thriving of people, that's cool, but you have to really care about the product a lot. And if you want to make a space that is, I like the idea of making sanctuary spaces for people because I think we're all losing our fucking minds, like I'm talking about over and over again. But that makes sense too. But if you let these people with their wishy-washy wiggle words dictate what you're doing, I think you're going to end up doing nothing. Because I don't think they know what they're doing either. And I think they're willing to, I think they're willing to leave that in the gray area because it gets them funding, because they too need to go to a space where the money falls on their head. So a lot of this is the fact that we have a very broken financial system globally, and these are people that are also hyperventilating over it, but they're holding it together way better than the autistics because they can, lean on their badges that they've accumulated. Like, I'm a normal person. No. So like, I just want to put that into perspective, that on top of everything else, there's like this existential problem we're having with money. And I don't think anyone in your industry can actually talk about it with, once again, sounding like they're about to flunk freshman level philosophy.
Okay, I resonate with all of that, and what you pointed out about the getting philosophical about why these jobs existed, I was like, oh my gosh, just like, wow, you get it. Because I'm like, why? Like, why are people getting unnecessarily philosophical? And like, it's like they're arguing about why having this role exist is like better for the company, but from this it's better for the world perspective, when I'm like, but that logic falls apart so fast, and I'm like, okay, what's really better for the world is for this product to actually help people.
Yes.
And to figure out what's needed there, we need to like look at where are the gaps, what's not getting done here.
You need it to work. You need the users to understand why it works. You need the users to get more knowledgeable as they work with it and not be dependent on you. If it's really good, then your users become creators. Your users become people who then further innovate because they understand why this is helping them. You're not trying to make people who are dependent on you like a slot machine, but your industry, unfortunately, is largely that, and that's why they want children. That's why most of the apps that come out of the internet technology sector they do not want to talk about how much of their audience is children and how much they exploit that, and that's why we don't have so many other things like child safeguarding that it is anywhere near coherent. So like you're in an industry that knows about whales. Yeah? You're in an industry that knows about the people that they can hit like a slot machine themselves, ka-ching, 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 because they can't get off the slot machine. So you have an impulse control disorder that like is the foundation of your industry, and the people that are doing that don't want to think of themselves that way, so they have all this like highfalutin language to obfuscate that even from themselves. They don't want to be bad people. Most people don't, but they kind of are. They kind of are bad people.
Yes.
So maybe part of what you're seeing here is that you're looking for people that aren't bad and shitty and hurting people, and you're not finding it. And that's okay. I'm sure there's good people who are doing their best and stuff and whatever, etc. and so forth, but also I don't think they're the deepest thinkers ever, because if you really looked at this, it's weird. And I will walk that back and say, from a practical standpoint, we all need to have some place in society and money and stuff. So I get it. On that level, I get it. But also, like, you're in an industry that's going to have to get regulated by governments ASAP, because we're going to have human rights violations that are undeniable as we have further advancements in technology where you can distort and make things appear to be real events that happen that are computer generated.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're doing if they're not doing something about that. So you need things that work for people who live in the real world, and those people need to know why it works, why it doesn't work when it doesn't work, and you need a demanding set of people as your customers, so that you have to be really good at what you're doing. And you know what? They don't have a demanding customer base. They have a customer base of kids. Most of these fucking companies, if I'm being honest.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of tech companies, it's really sad with kids.
Yeah.
I do see like a lot of the companies that target adults, they go after the early adopter crowd who has a special interest in trying products, which I used to, but that special interest is pretty broken at this point.
Sure.
Unless I really feel like they're doing something good. But yeah, they run away from the demanding customers and write them off as one-off. Yeah, there were a couple things I wanted to touch on here. Yeah, one, yeah, I agree with what you're saying about it's sad how the good people are often not the ones doing the deep thinking, because if they did think deeply, they'd be in my kind of situation.
Correct, exactly.
And so
yes,
it's really hard. Like they often just have their blinders on and they're focused on one dimension of goodness at a point of neglecting everything else and like the intersections between things. And the people who talk all intersectional and philosophical and like they're going to change the world tend to be all about doing as arriving. And then yeah, tech having an impulse control disorder, like yes, absolutely. And then neurodiversity in tech, that conversation, it gets dominated either by the people who they can turn into like robots to do the stuff that the robots can't do, which is where autistic people often fall. But it's like such a minority that they end up hiring that I feel like there's more talk about it than like people actually being impacted by it. Or like I do really feel for the people who are impacted by it. Like I know some people who, you know, were plucked out. Like while I was just kind of told I need to get places and then blocking from getting places, there are like I have a friend who was, you know, hard pigeonholed into you will be a coder at Google back in middle school because he was autistic. And now he's like, yeah, when I'm, you know, talking about trying to help neurodivergent people do as building, he's like, we just need help surviving, which like I understand his perspective because he hasn't been like given the opportunity to learn anything else. But then the other side of neurodiversity in tech is ADHD folks who haven't learned to like, you know, meet their needs and reflect to a point of realizing that being impulsive all the time can hurt other people. That also takes having deeper social ties, like what Tassander was talking about, which are just really hard to have nowadays, especially if you're neurodivergent and being captured and pigeonholed different ways. I actually find like this class of people who we were talking about, it's like the neurodivergent people who were noticed and put in some bubble, they often haven't had the opportunity to develop the kind of deeper social ties that I've developed by being like flailing on the floor and someone coming and picking up. Like that is a good way to see who your real friends are.
Right.
And that just hasn't happened for these people. There have been lots of people who like them as the show horse, and that's like the only thing they've ever experienced.
Yes, and they've been
And so they are like,
they're a horse that got bet on, right? So like they're in a race that they got bet on for some traits that they have, but they aren't allowed to sit and question the traits and what they want to do with the traits because they're useful for this specific
oh,
race, not for developing
yeah.
the traits for the logic of the traits themselves. So like just to cut in because I think this is relevant. The thing I was watching from NPR that I shared a couple times and shared the little clip from, she was saying towards the end of it, this researcher was saying that, oh, well, like if you're dealing with rudeness and online stuff, don't ruminate, which is to say don't try to figure out why that human behavior exists. I'm like, that's ironic. That's ironic that you're saying that, but also that's why I like doing as billing is calm me down because I'm like, well, I did ruminate and there you go, I've got it. But also she says then the solution is to bet on yourself. I'm like, interesting. So instead of saying, I have self-control, they do not. There is a good feeling of self-control and I am experiencing it. Instead of being present with the traits that you have, that you like, that this other person doesn't have, so then you can feel, a sense of like, oh, actually, I'd rather pay more attention to this thing that I like about myself or this thing that I want to work on about myself, right? As opposed to the person who's impulsive, that's part of the problem. If you have an impulse control issue, is you don't notice the feeling of the impulse. You're already doing it. So you don't notice your own traits and behaviors. So that's why I think this is like a good description of the industry itself. It doesn't notice its behaviors. It doesn't notice them.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're telling me that predators are doing something on our thing? Whoopsie. It's like, what do you mean whoopsie? Like you weren't paying attention to that. Like they to the extent that they do pay attention to it, it's very band-aid. It's very band-aid on a fire hose. It's very silly. It's very silly. And so it's hard to take the industry seriously when that's what they do. And then so the overinflated, shitty philosophical language on top of that makes it kind of, there's a disgust response I start to have towards it. Yeah, insufferable. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. So
absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Why are these tech bros getting to be like experts on psychology nowadays? And I feel it's driving the field of psychology into the ground.
Yeah.
To the point where like even like therapists who aren't from that field, like it's just lowering the bar to where like I was looking for a therapist and I had like a couple calls and they're caught up in, probably burnt out or just having like being on their own to figure shit out. To the point where like I don't get a feeling like they have a deeper model than I do. I'm like, why should I be?
No, they don't. They don't.
Like, I paid a subscription to your server. Yeah. Before
I had a therapist ask me. I had a therapist ask me about what I thought was going to happen socially with this. To be fair, something that was kind of intersecting with my feminist interest, so I can give them some leeway around that, and like fine, but on some level, I was like, wait, isn't that your job to like analyze this shit? Like, although and I really respect the guy, so I found this nice that he was treating me like a peer, but I don't have a degree in diddly squat nuggety anything. I just really like stuff, and that's what I'm getting at is like. I think you need to ignore all of these people who are the bulk of your field because and maybe don't even try to find people like what you're hoping for because they may just be like imploding. But you need to know like what do you think needs to exist and work and can be given to a group of people that needs it to work and also needs to learn why things work and why they don't work. Like you need to make a thing that should genuinely like it should exist, and maybe the thing doesn't get made by that industry. Maybe you have to become a politician. I don't know. But I'm saying that, you see what I'm saying? Like our society has multiple things that it needs. And these are snake oil salespeople. And they are not giving things that people need. They are making things worse very quickly. And then they turn around behind them and they say, but I'm a really important person. I couldn't have done anything wrong. Look at all of the things that I cleared. All of these contests that I won. I must be doing a good thing. And they never stop. They get more and more impulsive. And it's weird. And I think if you can say, I have ideas, and give yourself time to germinate those ideas like on your own.
Yeah.
Don't even necessarily get feedback yet, and say like, what do I think should exist in this world? Because if it worked, this would be like, this would solve something that I've seen as a problem. That's like, you can do that. I think that's a way to be a help to yourself and other people. But like,
Yes.
that's not going to be arrived at, and I don't know what that would be for you. I mean I have some guesses, but you also don't feel limited. Like, you're still young, we're young, we can pick out new shit to be interested in if we want. But there's lots of things that are not being built, that if they don't get built soon, people are just going to get hurt in ways that it's going to be hard to watch.
Yeah, I hear you. I am curious what your ideas are about like intuitions of things that might be relevant for me to build. I'm just always curious when people have that.
Yeah. I mean, my impression is you do like working with the well-being of other people. That seems to be somewhere on your bandwidth of things that you think are interesting. It seems that you like watching people um, find self-expression. That seems to come up. You enjoy and appreciate yourself. I think you'd be happier in a world where your self-expression was facilitated and taken seriously, and wasn't a hobby, but was just like an integral part of what you're doing. I think for me, I see some intersection of like well-being and creative expression, and that being functional and not a party trick. Like, I think you take it quite seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I hear that. And I have actually been thinking about like, how can I integrate my personality into stuff I'm doing rather than feeling like I have to put on a mask to keep people from running over each other's sandcastles. Like, oh, my authentic self isn't going to be taken seriously when I'm telling people in my community not to run over each other's sandcastles. Okay, I guess maybe we won't play in the sand then.
Right. As opposed to, I think my impression, just to know where I've been coming from, which I'm sure you'll hear, is that we need to build spaces, both virtual, or I would even say like they're mental spaces. Like, they go into your brain more directly, but they're fused with all your memories. So they're individually constructed spaces that are more individuated than the room that you're in, but the room is still also like constructed by your brain. So you're either in like a physical three-dimensional space, or you're an internal representation of three-dimensional space. You're one or the other, and they're always fused together. And now we have more of this internal three-dimensional space as like how we're filling in the blanks instead of looking at the room. Yeah. So I would say we need spaces where the sandcastle building rules are very clear, and you just get fucking kicked out at the door. If you're not building that type of sandcastle, you're in the wrong room, buddy. You're out. And that's what, and you can have like a big establishment with lots of different rooms, so people have access to all these different sandcastle building rooms. But you need people to have a place where the activity has very clear boundaries, and those boundaries are enforced not because of good, bad, superiority, hierarchical, blah, blah, blah. It's because that's how that thing is done. Like, you don't go into a ballet classroom with like roller skates on, because that's just not how the thing is done. If you want to make roller skating ballet dope, you still have to take the ballet class separately and the roller skating class separately. So you can't mix your shit up when it makes no sense. You have to have spaces where you work on individual skills. Individual skills are themselves composite skills, but at some point it breaks down. You break it down to, this is how you train in this skill, and you train people in that skill. And I think more of what the internet needs to be is skill training, for one. And for two, we have to know that in order to skill train, you can't let everybody in doing whatever the fuck they want. That doesn't work. We know that doesn't work in physical spaces. It's ridiculous that we haven't figured out that it applies to all spaces, even ones that are more contrived.
I'd say I see it all the time in physical spaces, which is making me want to go to fewer and fewer.
Right, because it has to. If you don't do that, the physical space makes no sense, and everyone will leave.
Oh, what I was gonna say was that I see a lot of physical spaces that are free for all.
Oh yeah, well, see, I mean, that's right. That's why you should have high standards. Like again,
Yeah.
go to places where it's not that you get thrown out because you're not good enough. You get thrown out if you don't care enough.
Mm.
You can be bad, but if you care, you'll learn some damn etiquette, even if you're bad at it. Okay, that's all. Like just like,
Mhm.
and then maybe you'll get better at it, and the etiquette will be less of an issue, right? Because you'll just understand deeply why this matters. So you need people to go to a thing, care about
Mm.
it, and you're not allowed to bring in anybody that wants to shit on the sandcastles that you're making. Be like, oh, it's stupid to be that. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, I'm speaking in generalities because I think
Mhm.
this applies to a lot of stuff. But like if you go to a ballet class, you'll see it. Like, or you dance classes are
Mhm.
a good example, but like anything that's a group
Mhm.
format where you're learning a skill that has a very high ceiling for achievement
Mhm.
of like the art the let me think about this. Like
Mhm.
how high ceiling for like
Yeah.
how much you can do this until you've hit the limits of what a human being can do. I want you to like go somewhere where
Mhm.
that's the situation, and you have to go in there collectively as a group of people, not just like you and one teacher or one therapist. It's like
Mhm.
you and all that. Like honestly, maybe some people could stand to go to some fucking 12-step meetings. I've never even had a drug or alcohol problem, but I've gone in as a friend
Oh,
of people.
I have heard that those tend to not be great for autistic people.
Oh,
Like,
really?
for starters, the sponsor system.
Oh, that's a
Okay, like
mess. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
screams
I get that.
codependency to me.
But
Yeah.
the
I do.
guidelines of what you're doing are clear. Is all I'm saying is like the outside of that,
Mhm.
the reason why it works is people go into a space, decide what they're going to do in the space, and do that.
Yes, I hear that. Again, I've heard that it doesn't always work in practice, but yes, I think that that's something to take from it. And I also find their ideas about anonymity interesting, and I've actually been like mentally toying with ways to potentially create anonymous or optionally anonymous virtual spaces, like with startup people, where, if there can be someone with a skill who's talking about it to the group, and like in an AMA, but where the people asking the questions can be anonymous if they'd like, so they can like be real without that being like tied to them. Again, I'd want to see like how much demand is there for that kind of thing, like how much of a barrier like are other neurodivergent
Make it anonymous.
founders running into.
Make it an anonymous university. Make a virtual space that's an anonymous university. Like it can be a short thing, and then everyone's
Mhm.
teaching classes, and you can just sit down in the class, and then people can get voted up as like this person knows the fuck they're talking about, and then we can see
Mm.
where they actually fall. Let's go. I'd be fascinated who would even take that on as and agree to do it. So you have an anonymous thing, and you can have people apply for this that are completely outside of the industry, teaching classes on all the subjects that are supposed to be relevant to the industry. You don't know who anybody is, and then the people taking the little
Ah.
class vote on it. You can do like a freaking like week long thing, right? And I like the idea of it in virtual because I think that's cool. Like you can walk from classroom to classroom, sit down, there
Mhm.
it is, the class is going, right? So then yeah, do that, and then at
Mhm.
the end of the day we find out who knows what the fuck they're talking about. I think that would be ultra fascinating in your line of work. If you did that with ballet, you would get the top people with the top ranking. You would.
Mhm.
And a couple outliers who
That's
are just really phenomenal teachers that are nobodies, and then everybody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, you would know right away.
that would be really interesting. My intuition does tell me that it could be a lot of people voting up people who are really good at the doing as arriving still,
How would they
just
know?
because of how well, because of their perception of the skill is that, you know? Okay, so let's say 100 people show up to the university or something.
Uh-huh.
90 or 80 of them are probably going to be people who think that arriving is building.
Okay, great. So then
Like
what you
the
do
kind of
is
stuff that
you train an AI on all of these skills as their data set, and then the AI also says based on the ranking. You can make a whole science experiment out of that. So if people continue and persist to do that, then you can also have an AI data set objectively evaluate, have it test them on language skills as well. So see like at what do they speak at a 8th grade level or a 12th grade level or a PhD level, like all that stuff. You can analyze all of it. So like that's what's so fascinating. We're able to start doing that right now. So something like that, I'm a weirdo, so I'll just like throw things out. You can totally eject this into the sun, like it's fine. But like you see what I'm saying? Like
I love it.
yeah, do something where it's like, you know what, you guys, if you want to be an anonymous and want to prove that you're really what you say you are, okay, cool. We'll have people, you can do the popular vote, you can do doing as arriving, you can try to convince people, you can do whatever you want, but we're also going to analyze the shit out of this. So we'll have the evaluated utility in use, and you'll have people put into words why this was useful, and even respond, was this useful long term? You can do that too. And here's your
Yeah.
breakdown based on objective criteria that would be necessary for this to be considered valuable.
Yeah. I really resonate with that. And one thing that yeah, I'm curious. I'm trying to see, like, could there be a way to get a baseline of this based on what's already out there? Like maybe asking people who've made it to a certain point, what advice from the startup world like helped them the most. I do feel like most of it will still be doing as arriving.
You don't
but
need
at
that.
the very least you can filter that.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a space for that. You need to put guardrails around that. That's the thing, is you need to say like, what are the social skills that you learned, and then you list manipulation tactics without calling it manipulation. Maybe someone will figure it out, but like, just say like, how did you learn to do these 6 things that are basically the fundamentals of psychological manipulation? Great, cool. That's its own class. Psychological manipulation 101 is its own class, and maybe that's the only thing people teach, and that would be weird. That would be creepy too, if nobody signs up for the hard skills. Like as in like the hard sciences, as in like what can you physically absolutely do that isn't manipulating a person's mind into believing you did something, like a magician.
Yeah. I am trying to think of like ways to get people to share if they have manipulative ideas, so we can just like not invite them without being direct about that.
I mean, I would do it
Also
to,
without
I would
like
just quarantine them. That's the whole thing. You can have those people there. They just have to know that like they're going to go to this room to teach this thing. They can't teach it everywhere. Like you can even like, see what I'm saying? Like you want to like flag for bleed over. Like, are they trying to roller skate through the dance studio?
yeah, I just would rather not moderate the spaces where people are teaching each other manipulation.
That's fair. Actually, also
And I mean,
legit. Got it. Yeah. Well, but you could screen for manipulation though. Like you could have that again. Like if you did like, this is why data analysis is cool now. Like you could train an AI model specifically on manipulative language and other like patterns that you see in manipulation that are like fairly well reproduced in scientific like research on the topic.
AI isn't really there yet. I guess you could train it.
You can train it.
But,
That's the
yeah.
problem. You'd have to train it. It wouldn't be perfect, but it wouldn't be that bad. It would be better than a human being. So that's good enough for me. Humans aren't that good at that. So it's like AI is not great. It's not going to spit out a perfect answer, and it will hallucinate, but it will be able to crunch enough of it that like you will get enough of a feel. And then if you need to go in with a person that actually knows how to analyze that specific data, then you can pull in, like, I'd probably be like an industrial organizational psychologist or something like that. Like my mom, that's what she did. She like studied behavior based on like large data sets of people doing things in a company. So I don't know, like I think like just if your industry has a problem and you have a problem coming up with a job because your industry has a problem, like probably the most direct thing is to either fix the industry or come up with like something you actually care enough about that exists outside of the industry and say fuck them. But I think you do care about it. So like try to force them to behave better by putting standards up that they can't, that they like it's like children, right? Like children do better, dogs do better with like structure where it says this is what we're doing and this is what we're not doing.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm trying to find like my mental model of what are the behaviors that are not great that are happening here, because when I look at them individually there's so many, but then like when I group them together it's like, okay, we still got like a bunch of categories, and then I'm like, all right, well, can we do something where half of these things are going to be impossible to do here?
Yeah.
Beyond like guidelines. Like, okay, if people are, so one issue that I see is that often like people will out other people as neurodivergent to me, which worries me about whether they're doing it like with each other, you know, in private conversation. They'll say like their co-founder or like an employee or some other, oh, this person in the startup world is ADHD or autistic or whatever. Like you might want to connect with them, but they're not public about it. And I'd have to go back and like look over the transcripts for this, but like there was even someone who was like, I'm publicly ADHD, but don't tell anyone I'm autistic. And then they go telling me like, by the way, this other person's ADHD. I'm like, but I don't know if they're public about it.
Right.
And I'm just like, well, I can't protect you if you're not protecting others. You know, like, because okay, one potential filter that I would have thought of would have been like understand that people might want to be closeted, and yeah, they do when it's them. But like, yeah, I'm just all right, let me actually look this up, whether this person's public. I don't know whether it's possible like on LinkedIn to see like have they posted anything about it. Yeah, I don't think they have. Okay. Not directly on their page here. Yeah, I'm a guess probably not open, unless they're just not like open like advertising it. But still, like, okay, if they're privately talking about it with a whole bunch of people, it should still like be their right to wait until if they want to privately bring it up with me. And not have me like knowing about it this whole time. Yeah. And this person was one of the most active people. Yeah, I'm just so many issues like this, and yeah, I'm glad like we can talk about it, just like to see if I can like find some kind of closure about all the shit I've been exposed to by trying to do this, and then decide like what I want to do in this realm versus like I feel like if I can build something with a similar philosophy without the word neurodivergent, that might be a good way to go for now.
Yeah.
Just so like, so I don't attract all the so and so's autistic, you know?
Interesting.
And like,
yeah,
the expectation for me to be their therapist and like all of this at once. Because it's a good buzzword. It's giving me too many trophies and attracting too many trophy people.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, it does.
Like,
Yes,
maybe
it
I
does.
want to be this misunderstood geek putting out some philosophy that the only people who care about it are the people who kind of get it.
Yeah, which is completely reasonable. I also think it's interesting. I've talked about this, like there's reasons why I don't like the whole neurodivergent umbrella thing. I think it's a bad plan. But I think it's more useful to people who don't have a disability than anyone who does have a disability. So it's for the benefit of people without a disability to give us our silly little treehouse of dum-dums who don't ask for anything more from society except for a silly little treehouse. I'm like, no, that's not going to work. I have a fucking disability. I need disability rights. Thank you. They don't work yet. So we're gonna have to fix those. So that's also another thing, is like you're dealing with a lot of people who have a ton of problems because they live without actual accommodations, reasonable accommodations, let alone any accommodation. So that's why the people are like, we're just trying to survive and stuff. You'll get that. And also, yeah, it's totally fair. I mean, I talk about autism and I stick to that because that's like I could vaguely, I tried to talk about that a little bit once, but like I probably have cognitive disengagement syndrome, but it's even less understood than, it's so much less understood than autism, that it's like I'll just wait till my species understands it. But if I, do you see what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Yeah, but if you have to generalize any further, it starts to become a huge problem where people are like showing how committed they are to understanding neurodevelopmental disabilities, which is to say not. So you're dealing with that too. And and a lot of people, it's not that, and the people that have it, it's not that they're not committed to understanding, but nobody else in their life is. So they're very, they're like a hungry ghost. They need a lot and nobody else is giving it to them. So and probably who should be giving it to them is like Uncle fucking Sam. So yeah.
Yeah. I totally hear you there. And yeah, like my views, my judgment about this topic is suspended, if that made sense. As in, like, I'm like on the fence and open to hearing all the different opinions about it.
Yeah.
One counterpoint that has been dissuading, well, not dissuading, like I can simultaneously, like, see what you're saying and also have this perspective that the autism world largely does not have helpful, I forget what your word was, but you were talking, about the people who think they're autistic but might not be, and then you were saying like tools, like use what works for you. So the tools that work for an entrepreneurially mind, okay, the tools that work for people who want to build more complete systems and not be fed on as a horse for one trait, which is useless in society until someone gives you a permission to use it at the cost of suppressing everything else. That is like largely not talked about in the autism world.
Yep.
Which is why I found some, maybe it's short-lived, empowerment in the neurodiversity world outside of it, including the ADHD sphere, which like either I'm ADHD or it's something more like CDS, like you're saying. And like in that sphere, I've had more tools I've found.
Yeah, I agree with that.
For
yeah.
like
Well,
yeah.
ADHD has I'll give two things that I think are important. I think ADHD has had longer to develop the tools, so there is that. But also, I do think that the autism thing has a inborn problem where we're not socially skilled, so we don't know how to we don't know how to manage a social environment, and we were just handed a social environment. So I don't expect anything particularly productive to come from that unless you have very small environments working on a very specific thing. And I think the idea that autistic people will make a culture together is kind of a little goofy. Like it's like no, like we're like we're not going to do that. We're going to have a cluster of behaviors that define our disability and our brain differences to some extent, and
Yeah.
then we're all just going to wander off in different directions over and over again and yell at each other about wandering off and not caring about the right special interests. Like, that's not going to fucking work. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of silly. So like,
Yeah.
and the ADHD communities, they don't really hang out together like that either. They just want to fix their problems and go back to hanging out with their social groups.
Yeah. Yes. That is actually something that I've been trying to hone in on, is like when people ask for a support group or for connection, I'm like, okay, do you want emotional support? Do you want a deeper connection with these people? Or do you just want tactical solutions, which could be stripped up of who said it? Would you be happy being anonymous in these spaces? Because I do wonder, like, why do they want to be buddies with these people? Is it really because it's enjoyable to hang out? Or is it because they might know something that you don't? And like, it's hard to try to meet both those needs in one space. Like, I remember we were talking about, is my community a skill building space or like a connecting space? And like, connecting in theory can come from skill building, and that's great. But if allowing for that connecting is allowing space for all these problems to pop up, and it would take 20% as much effort to build a space that's exclusively for skill building and you don't know who's who, then maybe we can do that.
Yeah. And then I'm thinking about this for a second. Yeah, I think it's interesting how you say that too, because so I identify myself as autistic a ton because I'm working on a theory of autism, right? So it's relevant. I also identify myself as autistic because I then have to tell people why they need to give a shit about the theory of autism, because I'm about to need them to understand it, like, right fucking now. Like, they need to know what the hell is about to happen in front of their face. Like, that's why I did that. So it's interesting to me because clearly my main problem is that I need a different environment with a different set of people, and I'll have to both build the environment and educate the people for that to be possible. And I see that as the fundamental problem of autism, is that. And I don't believe it's possible for an autistic person to make an alternative reality that they exist in that's fine, because we just will become bankrupt. We won't have the money to support ourselves. So that's not going to work. That'd be dope. Honestly, probably fine as a solution, but we can't do it. So I don't know. So it's like it's interesting that you saw that issue, and that, again, I very sincerely and gently question what's happening with like the autism communities. Many of them are run by children. They're so young that like, no, they're like 18, 17, 19, 20, 22. They're TikTok kids, okay? So they barely have a medium cooked brain. Like, so they're not adults. When I listen to autistic people who are in their 40s and older, I'm like, ooh, okay, that's a lot more worthwhile, and it's a lot more clear that this person is autistic. And I also see that type of person getting bullied easier in spaces where they try to include themselves. So I also don't know. I'm not 100% sold that some of the people that are like, I'm autistic, that it's like clear that that's descriptive of what they're doing. Like, it seems like maybe that's like an autistic 21-year-old thing to do. I wasn't 21 when this shit was like possible the same way at all. I mean, I guess if I went way out of my way, I could have done something online, but it was nothing like what this is like 5 years old or something. Like, it's crazy. So
I
you know,
totally
yeah,
I totally hear what you're saying. And so I'm seeing two things. One is that a lot of the community discussion and products for neurodiversity are founded by barely adults who, when they talk about their challenges, with neurodivergence. I don't see many people who experienced like being hurt by medical misunderstandings.
Yep.
Like actually hurt, not just, you know, learning stuff late, which is already bad, but being given the wrong meds
Yeah.
is a common one.
Yeah.
And on top of it, also like pervasive social isolation. Like I see like a lot of people who've experienced that tend to like be more thoughtful about not wanting to have a move fast and break things attitude in the neurodiversity space.
Mm-hmm.
But also like, yeah, the people who seem to just, okay, that was their kid thing that they got bullied for, and for someone else it was being overweight. And like I do feel like now I know there are like extreme, or I don't even know how extreme these things are. Okay, there are people who can have a lifetime's worth of pain super young. There are like
Sure.
ABA survivors, like people with family tragedy and
Yeah.
having it blamed on their autism and like all
Yeah.
kinds of, but even like I've had like some amount of the latter, but even that I felt like there was only so traumatized I could get before like age 25
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
I was still a kid.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
knew like
Yeah.
I hadn't seen the world. I knew like, okay, maybe I got dealt a bad hand in some ways, but the world was still like open to me in some ways and not expecting me to come into jobs at like an intermediate level already and have a philosophy to put out into the world and be like seriously looking for a partner and like it's like, oh, okay, it's like some kids are choosing neurodiversity as their cause
Yeah.
the way others are choosing hunger, even though like they haven't felt the impacts like deeply, if
Yes.
you know what I mean.
No, I do. And also it's also
And then
not
they have this like,
it's not
mhm.
appropriate also because something like hunger is very easy to understand. So
Mm.
because it's a
Oh,
universally, well, hang on, but like, well, hear me out here. So like the few people that have like a disorder where they don't experience hunger, like because they literally can't feel it, or there's some issue where they're constantly hungry. There's what is that? Prader-Willis syndrome or something is one where you're always hungry, and then there's one where you have problems feeling hunger. I forget what that one is, but anyways, but that's even strictly not strictly true, but okay, but like most people have an embodied experience of hunger, like that they can clearly understand, and so they can then extrapolate out from it, whereas a neurodevelopmental structural difference in the brain actually puts you in an alternate reality that cannot be experienced in an embodied sense. Like they have no embodied reference point to it. And the problem is they're also mislocating where they are in reference to other people because they're way too young to figure that out, for one. But for two, they're they're really interested in their peer group, which I think also is a little bit strange to me to see because I don't experience that with my autism. So then I'm like, is this autism in the new environment and they're masking and they don't know they're masking, or do some of these people just simply not have autism and
yeah,
they have
a
something
lot of
else?
time, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
Mm.
So the problem you have right now is like the brains are way too young that are trying to do this, but also it's really offensive that our species and our society has said, you know what, we're just going to let these kids um, control this conversation about a devastating developmental disability that we should be able to say is socially devastating. It in our social structures, this can be the difference between you being poor to the point of homelessness and you being just a regular person who can just go to work and do the thing and get the stuff. We have a society that has that level of a problem and isn't aware of it. So to kick the can down to people who can't even fucking vote half the time is crazy. So, and I've talked to you about that too. Like I think autism is a emergency problem because we have a disability that requires a thicker understanding of what it is, and we need accommodations right now. Oh, I gotta go pick up dinner. Okay, so there's that too. I don't know what time it is. But yeah, but like, so like, I don't know. I think like whenever you get frustrated about the autism thing online, I just want to like reinforce that like some of these are people with other developmental disabilities or other issues going on, and there's a lot of and I think this is a developmental phase for people with these disabilities. There's a lot of denial about being disabled. And instead of saying like, well, but if everybody decided to blindfold themselves, then I wouldn't be disabled anymore. We'd all be the same. I'm like, they're not going to do that, sweetie. Like, you have a real disability, and people really like not being disabled, to be honest. And yeah, they like being around other people that are not disabled, and this sucks, but that's just like, we should be more associated with the other communities of people that have learned how to fight for disability rights successfully from other disabilities, not pretending that we're just beleaguered by society all the time. It's like, no, we have a fucking disability. Society didn't do us any favors in understanding our disability, but you're not gonna feel any better until you situate what happened to you according to the fact that you have this disability. I have a model of it to help me move past I was bullied. I had lots. Every now and then I cry about it still, but I've had a chance to process and situate it, and then say, okay, well, that makes a lot more sense now. And once it makes sense, you know, we can go for it. But yeah, I don't know. That's my opinion on it.
I hear you. Yeah. And like, we can cut this whenever. Yeah. I have thoughts on
I gotta go get
extrapolating
food.
and
yeah, I gotta go pick this up. And
cool.
my mom she's we're Irish, so she had like some skin cancers that needed to get removed, and she's like recovering from. Yeah, she's gonna be okay, but they got it all out and stuff. They were pretty fast about it, so that's good. But yeah, she's like,
That's good.
yeah, we're getting some curries and stuff with like soft potatoes and things that are easy to eat.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry to cut you off mid thought. If you wanted to like text or like leave some voice messages, you wanted to like get those thoughts completed, because I'm really enjoying this conversation as well.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I can voice message you.
Yes, please.
A couple loose threads, and you can get back to them wherever, like whenever. No time pressure or anything.
Yeah. And if I ever offer you a stupid idea, like I just hope at the very least that like it's relevant. I just hope some of this stuff on some level ends up being useful to you in building the thing that you want to build and need to build.
It absolutely is. Like, just even if like the granular details wouldn't work, the high level thought is like great food for thought. Like,
good, awesome.
You've like helped me kind of hone in on like which general directions might be worth looking at. Like you've helped me cut out a lot of noise.
Good. I'm glad.
Like recognize a lot of.
Did I cut out?
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have cut out at the
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
got it. Yeah, I wasn't hearing anything.
My thing is failing anyway. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Right. Anyone who watched all this, hope it was useful as well. Okay. All right. Bye, everybody.